Okay, thank you. We are reconvened and back in session. So first of all, I just want to thank everyone who made comments and all our candidates again. And this is going to be, I think an opportunity for this board to talk amongst itself and also ask questions of the candidates. But we don't get a chance to discuss, other than here, even why we would choose certain candidates over others and sort of what our criteria are. So seeing no hands, I think I'll just kick off. I wanted to put out there how I'm thinking about this position and what's important to me as we kind of begin this deliberation process. So, this is a job that controls hundreds of billions of dollars. And it's extremely important, obviously, for the fiscal stability of our investment portfolio and kind of continuing to optimize returns in a fiscally prudent way is the core of this job. But I think this job can and should be so much more than that. And what I am really interested in, I think want to say this for our candidates, because I'm going to, come ask our candidates to come up and address. I'm going to have some questions for you, but I just wanted to put out there what I'm thinking of. Is I'm really interested in how we ensure that our significant investment portfolio is working for the public good, and that we're aligning our public investment dollars with our public mission. And I think you can do that in many, many different ways. Certainly, by way of background for folks who might be unaware, when I was a professor, I was the founder of our Committee on Investor Responsibility governing our university's endowment portfolio. And in that capacity, I was responsible for developing our environmental and social governance investing strategy that really looked at how do we align our investment dollars with our university's broader mission. So some of what that entailed was things like ensuring we weren't invested in Chevron and other fossil fuel companies. We divested from Civic Corps and other private prison companies. We looked at how we could use our voice as shareholders to ensure that corporate governance policies were transparent, were accountable to stakeholders, we're making sure that best practices in terms of information sharing were being followed. And then later, I was also the director of the Share Power program at Amnesty International, in which capacity I was responsible for working with universities to ensure that their investment dollars were not contributing to human rights abuses globally. So that was not specifically on environmental issues, although it did often intersect. There'd be an intersection between environmental justice issues and human rights abuses, but we did a lot of work on UNICAL and human slavery and human trafficking. We did a lot of work at looking at how some companies had been engaged in illegal corporate bribery of governments to kickbacks in Myanmar and parts of Africa, leading to deaths of, often deaths and torture of tens of thousands of people. So for me, there is a morality and an ethics to our investment portfolio that is really, really important. And it cannot just be about how do we maximize financial returns. We are morally and ethically responsible for how those returns are made. And if those investment returns are coming at the cost of exploitation and human trafficking and environmental injustices and degradation, that to me is immoral and not something I think we can be supporting. And then on the more positive side, the other piece of the work that I've done was also looking at how these major investment portfolios could be leveraged to be aligned with community investing and supporting local businesses and businesses that contribute to our local job base and our local economy. And there's a lot of, I think, incredibly powerful work that's been done over the last 40 years on how we can align our investment dollars with our missions. So I'm You know, I'd love to talk more about that, but I just wanted to center that because I didn't hear really any of our candidates kind of head-on address that. And I'm going to let my colleagues make any comments they want to make, but once my colleagues have a chance to speak, I am going to call up our candidates and ask them to talk a little bit about how you would really center and advance an ESG investing strategy in our portfolio and how we manage our portfolio. So, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Let me just start by saying thank you to all of our candidates. It's always sort of nerve-wracking and very time-consuming to apply for something like this, so I just want to say thank you for your willingness to serve in this capacity, and I do believe that the applications were very impressive and your presentations here today as well. Some of you, if not the majority of you, mentioned the collection rates that we currently have, and wanting to kind of maintain some of the reputation that the office currently has. And so, just I have two questions, and really, to be fair, I would like to hear short answers from all of the candidates, because I think that that's the most fair way to do this. Just before I ask those questions, I just want to lay out, some of the, when we were looking at the applications, we were looking at, experience in not only in collections and management of investment portfolios, but in government, abilities to successfully manage folks. I think that is important. So I will, with my first question is, just specifically, can each of you talk about your experience around managing any group of people, but in this case, it is a large group of people. It's about 125 folks. So I would just like to hear briefly, and we can start again with how we started the process, with how many people what your experience looks like around managing a department and or division, and what your style is in doing that. We can start.
Yeah, why don't we go ahead in the order of which you made your presentations, and you can come up here and try to keep it, as my colleague said, very brief. Thank you.
Yes. And I think I'll just ask my second question so you guys don't have to get up twice. I'm really interested also in, I know we have a high collection rate, but I'm also interested in programming to help folks that aren't able to pay in the same way that others are, and what your ideas are, what we currently have, and then what your ideas are around that.
Sorry, could you clarify that, Supervisor? Say that one more time.
Yes, so my second question would be, we have talked about the 99% collection rate, which is great. I want to know both either what we have now in place for people that are not able to pay on those same schedules, that are in need of assistance, and two, what are your ideas around helping those people, those folks that aren't able to pay on that same schedule?
And Chair, I'm pretty much, as far as Supervisor Montgomery Stepp's first question, around management, I had how many people have you managed? I guess, because this is more of a management position, so.
Yeah, he's maybe more clear than me, sir.
Yeah, well, I
but
just want to know how many that you've managed, along with her question.
Well, I did ask about just management style, because I think that's important too.
Oh, style and number, I guess. So thank you.
Well, I'd like to apologize if I miss any of the questions. There's quite a few thrown out. It's a little nerve-wracking being the first, but I guess I'll go in reverse order since that's kind of top of mind at this moment. But in terms of management, I oversee 4 departments in my school district. I started off in the financial side, so I was the director of finance, which was a smaller team of about 10 employees. But now I oversee all of our operational departments, so that's our transportation, our child nutritional services, our maintenance and operations, and our finances. So I oversee 3 departments. I'm not sure about the number of employees off the top of my head, but it's around 50 employees. We're a school district of about 3,500 children, so we're a medium small district. One thing that does come with this responsibility managing other departments is that we provide direct services to the community members in our community, whether that's transportation to or from school, meals at breakfast or lunch. And an important aspect of that is that we need to have outstanding customer service. So that means answering parents' questions whenever they arise and never putting anything on the back burner. I think we pride ourselves on being transparent and also being very quick to respond to any concerns that our community members might have. So that's something that I would carry over into this position. In terms of the ethics and accountability, that's kind of how I've built my career thus far. I think everything that I do revolves around my moral compass and what I believe is right. That, in a management perspective, means never walking by a situation that is not correct. So if you walk by and see something, it's a lot easier to not have those courageous conversations than it is to correct the action and have that conversation with the employee. So I make it a point to make sure that all of our managers are correcting actions when they're necessary, but also making sure that we're celebrating successes of our employees, because I think that we need to both have those courageous conversations, but we also need to make people feel valued and like their jobs are important. In terms of your question about ensuring investments align with our mission, I think unfortunately nowadays, one of the only things that really speaks to people is money. So when people aren't listening to the voices of others in our community, sometimes the only repercussion we have is to do those kind of financial pushbacks. So that's certainly something that can be looked at in terms of investment strategy. I think for this position specifically, safeguarding public funds should be the #1 priority for the department. But that doesn't mean that we can't look at different avenues for investments to make sure that we're maximizing that return on investment while keeping it aligned with the kind of morals and ethics that we have as a community here in San Diego.
Just ask, is there any specific examples that you would bring to do so?
Yeah,
Like specific strategies?
I think it's fitting that we've started our playoffs here. So if we were baseball players, I'd be more of a Luis Arias. I'm more of a singles or a double kind of guy. I'd rather hit for average than hit a home run and strike out a lot. So I think that making safe investments that return and not putting into riskier investments would be more ideal.
Sorry, just to clarify, any specific ESG strategies that you would be exploring or bringing?
I can't think of any at this moment, sorry. Any other questions? Thank you.
Next applicant, David Baker.
Monica, do you want to reiterate your questions just to make sure?
I think I have it.
Okay, you got it? Okay.
Maybe this is a test, actually. So it could be a good part of it. But I think I'll start with Chair Lawson-Remer. I believe you were asking questions about the county pool. And I think more than just looking at the fiscal responsibilities that we have at the tax collector's office, looking and not just the fact that what drives the county pool investments are security, liquidity, and return. So I think you were trying to think, well, what more could you do with the county pool that might serve the people we serve here or could help out? And I think well, so it's a fixed income pool, so it's got a lot of barriers around what the county pool can invest into. So, also maintain the AAA rating, you have to make sure that it's invested in primarily, say, AAA types of securities and so on and so forth. So that aside, once you follow that game plan and you can continue to have a very stable pool, because remember the pools, a lot of the people that depend on those pools are the schools, and the county itself has about 25% of that pool. So they need to make sure too that those monies are invested, that when they get them out, that they're there. So of course, I think that's what drives the liquidity or security, liquidity, and then return, and what drives a AAA. Having said that, there are probably some opportunities to go ahead and think about ESG types of policies. I believe that the board has brought the investment policy every year in terms of what the pool is invested into. Government codes specifically, I can't cite it to you, but there's some government code that kind of lays out what types of investments should be in there. But certainly you could probably open up the investment policy per se and look at what kinds of things that you might want to do to open it to meet ESG types of issues. So if you wanted to look at, say, energy or pollution, or whether it be in the past, there've been discussions on tobacco or other ideas of that nature, you could say, well, look, we would like the pool to consider when they're making those investments to look at some of those companies and see that if they're transparent enough that they have underlying goals that meet those types of goals, and those would be preferred investments to go into the pool if they're available. Remember, the pool, good chunk of that pool is treasury notes, so you can't do a whole lot with that, but that other part of it, you could find it. That's where you could find things that our investment managers are very good at. They're good at researching and finding. But at the same time, if you put that in, I believe if you put those kinds of ideas into it and say, those are the considerations we want you to make in terms of making those investments, along with those lines that guide the pool to ensure its security, then I think you could probably do something there. For sure. One thing I would never say you would ever want to do, and we wouldn't here at the County of San Diego, is ever get into riskier types of investments that other counties have not had the benefit, have suffered from those types of investments. Anything that's got a leverage side to it or anything that's got a derivative element to it is certainly not something that we would do here, and it's not part of the investment policy. But I think getting back to those ESGs, if you did set some goals and you were thinking about certain types of environmental or social or governance that you felt were more important, you might be able to put them in to see if you could guide those types of investments. That might be something possible. But in moving over to supervisor step, in terms of leadership style, I consider myself to be very, very democratic, if you will, very participative in terms of my style. We don't have a very large department at the TTC. We have 124 people, full-time people there. So, I really do think it's important of the department at that size, plus it just fits my nature, as it were, to really seek collaboration and kind of continue with that sort of team-oriented vision. And we have the benefit of doing that because we're only 124 of us there. So we have a pretty tight-knit group, and we can continue to create a positive work environment. And I always want to create a respectful, positive, open work environment for our team. And in terms of the leadership of people, I think to give you some specific numbers, I believe since 2009, I've been a division manager of all of the divisions within the TTC, and each of our divisions, whether it's our information division or our financial division or our special functions division, that all have their own statutory duties and the duties they follow with tax collection, they run about 25 people. So when you're a division manager, you're managing a pretty good sized group of people at 25. Usually you'll have a couple of supervisors and then you'll have some seniors below. So you have a nice, a good group of people, and it's of the right size, as you will. You can make a difference as a manager within that too. So it's very important. So I've had those experiences over the various divisions that we've had. And since 2018 as the chief deputy, I look at all of the tax collection processes, and I also oversee the deferred comp. So that's about 84 people, I believe, in terms of tax collection. And moving on to, I think, your next question, and I get back on anything you want, but on the next question of folks who, we have 99% collection rate, but what do you do when folks, yeah, they're not quite there. Taxes certainly are not inexpensive. They're some of the biggest bills we pay per year, and maybe that's why it's broken into 2 installments, but it's always a little bit of a shock when you get it each year, I know. At least for me it is. And so what happens for that is there are a couple things we can do. The state controller's office runs a tax postponement program for people, and we provide all of that information. We're big supporters of it. We join with the state controller's office in terms of meeting with them to make sure that the administration of that is smooth with our county. So we have a number of people who participate in the tax postponement program. And so that allows them to postpone their taxes under the state of California. And it's essentially, it's not perfect, but it's a low-income loan. So it's a very low-income loan that they can take with that and keep it. And when you're on that tax postponement program, the state is kind of your brother there, as it were, so they don't allow you to go into default. So it's a good program to get into if you're able to get into it. But there are some things you need to be able to qualify for that, I say. And outside of that, what we do have is we also have what's called payment plans. Now, those payment plans are people can set them up when they have taxes that haven't been paid. And so it allows you to go on a payment plan to pay them off over a 5-year period. So you can pay them off over 5 years if that's something you would like to go to. State of California actually defines what that interest rate is, so it's not exactly inexpensive, I say. So we always like to work with people to give them all their options so they could look at a fully discovered decision, if you will, on what they should do with that. But we do have payment plans and we have a number of people that do it. We'll see a lot of people as we move forward, and the only time that taxes start to get into an area where you might have what's called a tax sale is when they go for 5 or more years. So we try to always, our department is very proactive in terms of getting with people, making sure that they're contacted, that we discuss with them what's happening, all their options. I mean, over the course of those 5 years, it's not just the 20 some odd bills that got sent to them, but there's a lot of interaction that happens with our staff. And so they come through our customer call center, and we keep track of all of those, so we know when people are calling us. We try to have a record, if you will, and we're working on even a better system. We try to have a record, if you will. But before you even get to that point, I think, which is the gist of what happens with folks who can't pay, is if you get to that text point, we'll go out. We'll actually make it a point to make sure that we speak with every single person that's on that. We don't want things to fly by. We want to understand all the conditions that people are facing with regard to that. And so there is some leniency, if you will, in terms of there's some that we could take certain things and work with the people to get them off. So there's a lot that goes on over the many years before it gets to that point. But in summary, I guess it's the tax postponement program, which we offer and support, along with payment plans that we offer and support, along with just good outreach.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have the next person. Go ahead. Yeah. Thank you. Again, I think my colleague asked everyone to please be brief. So I didn't give everyone a strict time limit, which I should have done at the beginning, but I will ask people to stick to 2 minutes. I cannot cut you off because that would not be fair. What? But we all might have a negative perception if people continue past 2 minutes. So thank you.
Okay, let's take the questions one at a time. Supervisor Montgomery, direct management experience. I've been managing teams for 20 years in sizes ranging from 5 to as large as 50. One of the benefits of working in the private sector is they make a lot of investment in your training, in your management skills, and understanding how to work with large groups. And I've had that direct management experience working in very stable environments and rapidly changing environments. So we're talking large teams across borders between Europe and the United States as well, multicultural. Let's talk about so that answers direct management experience. As it relates to social environmental governance, we don't need to reinvent the wheel here. We have to look at what's going on at big counties in the Western United States that are already doing this. So I would say there's 3 things that I would want to do right away. One is I want to set up a shareholder voice forum through SD Sarah, where we're actually looking at, and people have an active participation in, what are the investments that we're making? Are we living up to the values of the community with the investments that we're making? We're not going to compromise our returns, but if we have a choice between good social governance and just profits, we're going to choose good social governance. A lot of counties have already done that. Also, screening and divesting. Other retirement systems set up forums for screening and divesting. We don't want to invest in certain things. We don't want to make investment in tobacco companies, as an example. If that's the case, let's get out of them and do something that's just as good or better. And then finally, in community investment, in terms of environmental social governance, the county can do lease buyback bonds with a vote of the Board of Supervisors if you have a dedicated revenue source to pay it back. We should look at workforce housing that has a good return, doesn't sacrifice the compromise of the retirement system, but can also really help the community and work in communities where it's really needed. In terms of management style, someone had asked about that. I would say that my management style is empowering and goal setting. Thank you.
Hi, again, I'm Carrie. The first question you asked was experience around managing people. I have owned and operated my own business for about 20 years. On average, I have about 20 clients. Within those clients, there are anywhere from 2 to 20 employees. I'm constantly communicating with all of these employees within these businesses, doing various things. Some businesses are for-profit, some businesses are nonprofit. Some of the missions are different. It's mission-driven, profit-driven. Within these clients, there's multiple different avenues that I'm juggling. So all of the people that I'm managing within these companies have different issues that they bring up. So on average, with these 20 clients within 5 to 20 employees, I've managed about upward of 400 employees. I also freelanced as a controller for a well-known contracting CFO accounting firm in San Diego, where I managed 9 internal employees, them also managing other for-profit and nonprofit corporations. So my management level is very extensive. I have an open door policy. I like to manage by example. If somebody doesn't know how to do something or whatever, I sit down with them, work through it, work through the problem. As a lot of you know, managing, it's also about managing personalities and not necessarily the job. So I have experience within that as well. The second question, programs to help citizens pay that are unable to pay. I want to hear what the citizens' complaints are before making any suggestions. In looking at Google and Yelp, the reviews on payments are pretty bad. So I would figure out what the issue is and then develop a plan moving forward, whether it be payment plan. As David mentioned, you currently have a 5-year period of letting citizens pay before foreclosing. So let's look at that and see how that works. As far as ESG investment strategy, the limits within this office are pretty small. There are, I'll be quick, 75% of the investments need to be liquid within 3 years and 100% within 5 years. So that kind of limits you onto what sort of investments you can do. Right now, it's all in T-bills, US bonds, so they're all pretty safe. You can't really get much, wiggle room there. So it's pretty novice for managing. Thank you.
Next applicant, please. Gregory Hodosevich.
Can I get a little more? Just Mr. Baker had 5 minutes.
Sir, it's a loose guideline. You can take the time you want.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. First question was about management style. My style is supportive management. So how many people I managed? The total number of people, it was well over 1,000. Did they all report to me directly? No. So I don't ever have more than 10, 15 people reporting to me. But they, in turn, have their own teams, subordinates, and that's how it works. It would be counterproductive to have more than 15 people directly reporting into one person. My role is to support and create environment where all people in my group, on my team, have all they need to get the job done. And they have brains, they have talents. My role is just to support them. That's how I see the role of a manager. A question was about ESG and how to allocate a portfolio, investment portfolio. My sense is that up until now, the Board of Supervisors was little involved in setting investment policies or practices. So that is my sense, and that's probably why that question appeared in the first place. And my style, very collaborative. So if I am selected, I believe treasurer, county treasurer must work with a board, with the members of a board, starting with a chair and figure out what the chair needs, what the vice chair, each member of a board needs, what is your personal priority. I might have something and people may have very different priorities. My spatial skill, I do have that skill and I prove it in the commercial private practice. So I talk to various people, figure out what they want. and I find common denominators. What is common to certain things is hard to reconcile. Religious differences, you know, some other things, political beliefs, but there are many common things, like this board has been united on Tijuana River issues. There is another, and Supervisor Paloma Aguirre deserves huge credit for engaging the current federal government, which is not really friendly to California, in getting certain things done as far as Tijuana River. That is actually an example. I saw recently that we had a Navy secretary visiting San Diego, and they're planning to do something at Camp Pendleton. For me, it's a great opportunity to do something with nuclear waste. We have San Onofre, they cannot do any development unless they deal something with the nuclear waste. That's how I look at it. As far as managing the portfolio, yes, there are different ways, and you know, there are certain limitations, and somebody already talked about that. 50 years ago or so, Orange County declared bankruptcy because the treasurer of that county did some risky, bad things. He actually went to jail, I believe. So there were some government regulation laws were put in place to prevent that kind of unfortunate events. But if we are working together with a board, if it's not just individual treasurer's decision, yeah, we can engage in invest in housing. That's a big thing. There was an attempt to take inventory of all land spots available in the county and use it for affordable housing. And that's where the money could be invested in. Obviously, that should be subject to the board's decision, but the treasurer would certainly cooperate. There are certain limitations, how much money you can spend on a particular item, but using that broad agreement, anything can be done. We have quite a bit of money, so if we focus on one particular issue at a time, we can get things done. Get things done with one thing and then move on to the next one. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp was talking about programs to help those who fall behind. Yeah, and there are some policies in place. I appreciate what's already done. We should certainly continue that practice. As far as housing and what the tax collector actually does, if somebody fell behind too far, so that person gets evicted. And that's a candidate for homeless. So if we can do something to prevent throwing people into the streets in the first place, nobody should become homeless in San Diego. 80% of the current homeless, they're local San Diegans. So if we can somehow find a way to keep them in maybe in some other housing, that would greatly affect our issues on the social justice and homeless front too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite up Shirley Nakawatasi.
I'm sincerely hoping I have all the questions down here. How many people have I managed? In my 20s, I ran the counseling tutoring center over at San Diego City College. I had about 30 employees, most of them part-time, all of them part-time. In my own firm, I have about 20 employees that I manage. And when I headed up personnel for the San Diego Regional Center, I had 467 employees. But it wasn't hands-on. It's overseeing the personnel department as a whole. The regional center is currently at over 1,000. When I was there, and I've been off the board for 10 months now. When I was there, I made a point out of making sure that all the employees there knew me and that I had an open door policy. As chairman of the board, I would go to their offices and make sure to try and meet every single person there. And at that time, it was about 500 people. How do I manage people? What is my management style? I think the most important thing is to have a really great direct communication, have the ability to understand that people want to talk to you, they want to be understood, they want to be heard. And most importantly, with the communication is also to lead by example. You know, I would never ask someone to do something that I wouldn't myself do. ESG investing as treasurer for the San Diego County Capital Asset Leasing Corporation, that is a beautiful example of exactly that. What we have is a P3 partnership, and so the waterfront park is part of SanCal, and it shows how we can make financing easier for the county of San Diego, and it does result in investment income to the county. What would happen if someone can't pay their taxes? I think that you need to be flexible. You've got to have some elasticity. That is a bit concerning. So you've got to have some flexibility in dealing with people's situation. You can't have a cookie cutter approach to saying, this is how it is, and we're not going to look at the individual situation. I think you know, we really do need to individualize when people are in a position where they're unable to pay their property taxes, and we need to be open and receptive to understanding what their position is and how we can have a repayment process. Currently, we do have an installment process, and I think it's working pretty good by evidence of the fact that we have a 99% collection rate. Did I answer all the questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next applicant is Christian Peacocks.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'll try and hit these answers in less than 2 minutes. So my experience managing people, I've owned and operated, like I said, multiple small businesses. So I've managed dozens of people across different businesses and all aspects of operation of sales and marketing and fulfillment as well. And I've also taken an open door policy and been just sort of supportive and a good listener. And sometimes that's what people just want, is they just want to be heard. So I've been told that I'm really easy to work with. I don't know if that's true, but that's what people say. As far as the payment of taxes and affordability, I mean, I've heard people talk about payment plans, but it doesn't really address the amount and the affordability. And I think what I would do is also work with the assessor's office. They're really good at making sure that people are taking advantage of all of the possible discounts and rebates. You know, there's the homeowner's exemption rebate that a lot of people don't take advantage of, and that's just money off of your tax liability. And I know that they've got other rules that, you know, can potentially reduce people's taxable liability. As far as the ESG investing, I mean, I'm familiar with it because we have it built into our investment policy. In Carlsbad, we're not investing in fossil fuel companies and tobacco companies. And, you know, a council member said, well, can you continue to do that? I'm like, yeah, we've got plenty of opportunities in other places to invest. We don't have to invest our money there. So I'm fully supportive of that, and it's not going to hurt our earnings at all. But one of the things that people haven't talked about is the investment policy needs to be looked at. We have an opportunity where there is a 35% liquidity requirement that all of our investments mature within 1 year. And I don't know if that's right or not. It seems really high to me. I've looked at this for our city, and I think there may be an opportunity to extend the duration of the portfolio without taking on additional credit risk and earn extra dollars. Because every dollar that we earn there is another dollar that we don't have to tax the citizens on. So that's really cool. I'm excited about that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next applicant, Rafe Trickey.
Hi, Rafe Tricky again. I want to start with the environmental, social, and governance considerations. That's actually in the current investment policy for the county under Section 6, and I embrace every bit of that. We did not have that in our investment policy when I served as the city treasurer for the city of Oceanside. It's something that I wanted to have put in place, and the councils with whom I served, we just didn't have the votes to do that. So you have it currently. I know that you review it each year. I would embrace continuing to do this as your treasurer, tax collector, and kudos to you for having it in there. It's something that's near and dear to me in my 30 years of leadership. Seeing it there is beautiful. So it's on page 4 of your current policy, Section 6. So I embrace continuing that and maybe even expanding it. I'll go next to my leadership style. It's founded on a steadfast belief in the importance enabling power of collaboration, cooperation, partnership building, informed trust in my professional peers, and transparent sharing of priorities and performance and resource allocation expectations. I think that's really important to share with people. I strive to be collaborative, but decisive, sensitive, flexible, energetic, accessible, inspiring, and visionary. As far as the number of people that have reported to me as city treasurer with the city of Oceanside, I had just a handful of direct reports, but holding elected office, I had a lot of other people that I was responsible for and responsible to. Serving as a college president 3 times and a college vice president a couple of times, I've had anywhere from my cabinets being from 12 people to 15 people, and then as a vice president, I actually had more direct reports, upwards of 50 people, given the college. At Taft College, I was the CEO of the entire district, and I had a cabinet of 15 people. On the collection end, I really liked what Mr. Baker shared with us about the postponement, working with the state level and the payment plan, but I think the core to this is equity. And I would want to look at data to see who's on a payment plan, who's being postponed, who's in that postponement program. And I have an appetite for advocacy at the state level. If something needs to be changed at the state level, I'm your man. I will advocate for changes there to make whatever we can do to help people more equitable. So I think that covered it all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next applicant, Dieter Williams.
Good afternoon again, Board of Supervisors. I'm going to answer the questions here. Let's see, my experience managing people. I've worked for the county for 34 years, and I've been in 4 different departments. So I've supervised and managed people from a team of 5 to a team of 35. In the tax collections office, I've supervised or managed across all 3 divisions, and we generally have a team of about 25. In addition to that, we have student workers and temps and secretaries that I've also managed. So that's my experience with managing. My management style is very team-oriented. I tell my staff, everyone that I meet and becomes new to my staff, I tell them, I manage you like a coach. So we're all in this together. We can't succeed without each other. Everyone has a role to play, and for us to succeed, everyone has to play their role and do it well. So I'm very supportive of my staff. I like to bring them together when we have an issue to resolve. I like to provide them with guidance, give them a vision, set a destination, and work with them to make a roadmap to achieve those goals. So very inclusive. As far as the programs to help folks who are unable to pay their property taxes, as David outlined, there are programs in place, and you should know that we are governed by the Revenue and Taxation Code. So anything that we do has come from the Revenue and Taxation Code. We do have the state controller who manages the property tax postponement program for seniors and the disabled, and we have quite a few taxpayers who do participate in that. We also have, as he mentioned, the payment plan process, and I also had the experience of being a manager in the information division during the COVID era, and we had a lot of taxpayers who were struggling to pay their property taxes because they were shut in. And so what we had to do is create procedures to help them with requesting penalty cancellations And so when they were able to pay within a certain period of time, we were able to cancel their penalties. Sorry, I got over the time. But to address the ESGs, as David mentioned, the county pool is very strictly governed by state policy and the county investment policy. And as it was mentioned, there is some ability in there to cover ESGs. However, what I would do is I would require that our funds be reviewed on a regular basis and provide some transparency to the public so that they are certain that we are not investing in inhumane companies who have inhumane activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Aguirre, or excuse me, Chair Pro Tem Aguirre, or Supervisor Desmond?
I have a couple questions.
Great, please.
Well, first, I want to thank all the candidates. I know this is not easy. Interviewing for a job isn't easy to begin with, but doing it in public, I just commend you all, and I thank you all for your interest in public service. There's just a couple questions. Some of you already started to allude to this, but I just want to ask it very clearly. What is your strategy to optimize our investment portfolio to maximize resource generation without losing our AAA rating? So what is your strategy to optimize our investment portfolio to maximize resource generation without losing our AAA rating? And then secondly, I'd like to ask more of a, what would you do in this situation type of question. Describe a situation where you faced an ethical dilemma in financial or tax administration. What was your decision-making process and what did you learn from it?
Want to say it again for everyone?
Yep. Describe a situation where you faced an ethical dilemma in financial or tax administration. What was your decision-making process and what did you learn from it?
And let me ask, since we're going to have everyone come up and do this all again, if Supervisor Desmond, if you have any questions, now would be a good time. Sure. Okay.
Madam Chair, can I make a suggestion for make it fair? Maybe we can do it in reverse.
Yeah, absolutely. We can do it in reverse. Do you have a time limit you want to impose so we can be more strategic on that?
I think the 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
We're trying to adhere to that.
This time we'll try to be strict on the 2 minutes since we're saying it ahead of time. And I'll add on a tack-on question so that we can do this all in one round because I have a follow-up. What, if any, specific changes would you recommend to our investment policy, the county's investment policy, that would either A, allow you to better maximize returns, or B, allow you to better pursue our ESG goals? That would be my third question to add on. So again, we've got resource generation, how to maximize returns. Second question is about ethical dilemmas. And my question is, how would you amend our investment policy to allow you to maximize returns or better allow you to pursue our ESG goals as we've discussed today? Let's start with, Detra, are you ready? No.
Okay, so strategies to optimize our investment portfolio and maximize our returns without losing. What changes that we might make to the investment policy in order to take care of that? As I mentioned before, we have to follow a strict policy that's governed by the state and our own county investment policy. So open up the policy, take a look at what we have that will allow us to do things in a safe manner. So most of our county pool is funds that are being held. We're like a bank. We're holding the funds for the schools and the cities. And so we have to make sure that we're as liquid as possible to cover their needs. And at the same time, there's opportunity to ensure that we're following the trends of what's happening within the investment environment to make sure that we're investing in funds that are going to maximize our pool. Therefore, just reviewing the policy on an annual basis to make sure that it's in line with what the recent trends are, that's how I would say we would maximize it. And then the situation, let me see, facing ethical dilemma and tax administration, decision process, and what did you learn? I'm sorry, I don't remember what the second question was.
It's just, have you ever faced an ethical dilemma in the work that you do around financial or tax administration? And what did you do about it? How did you go about it? I'm trying to find out what the decision-making process
is? Okay. Well, I face that almost on a regular basis. We have taxpayers who come to us begging and pleading for us to cancel their penalties because the penalties can be mounting on top of what they normally have to pay for their property taxes. So it's disheartening when we can't help them, so I try my best to find ways to help them as much as I can. And the way that the decision-making process goes is I take a look at their transactions to see if there's anything that happened within the transaction that would allow us to cancel their penalties. I ask them questions, hear out what they have to say as far as why they expect their penalties to be canceled, and make a determination if there's a legal reason for us to cancel them or if there's any other programs that are available to help them, and just make sure that they're informed about the process, what their options are, and as much as I can help them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next applicant, Rafe Trickey.
So I'd like to start with the question related to how to maximize returns. Again, I think you have a very good policy. One of the things that I think maybe could be done, when I was city treasurer in the city of Oceanside, the former treasurer tax collector came to see us, a team of his, I referenced it earlier, to talk to us about joining the county pool. We were very, very constricted, as some of the other candidates have noted, by state regulations and code on what we could invest in and what we couldn't invest in. We were majority invested in LAIF, the local agency investment fund, at the state level. But we were able to maximize returns by also putting a percentage of our portfolio in the San Diego pool, thanks to the former treasurer tax collector coming to us. So I would look for opportunities like that. The rest of it, you're so closely restrained by statute that I had a friend recently say, well, the former treasurer tax collector wasn't doing a good idea, it wasn't getting enough return. And he was like me. When I've run organizations in the past, nonprofit organizations like the 1199 Foundation, I was accustomed to getting between 6 and 15% return in our investment portfolio. At the city of Oceanside, we were lucky to get 2% because of the constraints. So the former treasurer tax collector really helped us by encouraging us to join the county pool. So I would look for opportunities like that beyond San Diego County, even potentially beyond the state. As far as ethical questions, I've had a number of them, as the previous candidate noted. One thing that I took over when I was very, very young administrator at the University of Southern California. The president put me in co-charge of a student one-stop system, and we discovered there was rural equity issues with students coming up with debt, and they were not able to pay for it, and therefore could not remain enrolled. So we created an authority system where I and one other administrator at the university had the authority to waive interest and fees on outstanding debt, because our belief was, our comptroller stood behind us on this, we weren't there to make money off of interest and fees. We were there to serve people and educate people and uplift people. So that was an ethical question for me going way back in my early development of a leadership, and it was a real institutional change, and the two of us led that. As far as changes to the investment policy, one thing that I flirted with in Oceanside, we used to review and make changes on a yearly basis. I think it might be worthwhile to consider every 6 months. And I do think another place where change could be made is to revisit the current oversight body. A lot of people are appointed by position to that. I think it would behoove all to have more citizens participating in that. So, thank you.
Next applicant will be Christian Peacocks.
right. So I'll start with maximizing the returns of the portfolio. I mean, there's some obvious things, right? We can, like the others have said, we're really restricted in terms of what we can do by the state. We can't invest in NVIDIA and Microsoft and other equities. We have to stay within our walls of treasuries and agencies and asset-backed securities and such. But we can invest in corporate notes. So, we've got a pretty low mix right now. We could increase our allocation of corporate notes, and that's going to get you some extra yield. I don't know. It depends on the notes that you invest in, whether that's going to put your AAA rating at risk. But, you could certainly navigate that. As far as changes to the investment policy, I'm going through like a real bottoms-up approach right now in Carlsbad. And I think that we should do the same thing here and just start to ask, does this make sense anymore? And specifically, what I've looked at is the liquidity and duration requirement within the current investment portfolio. Bless you. Requires, like I said, 35% of the portfolio mature within 12 months, 15% within 90 days, with an effective duration of 2. And right now, we're running a 1.3 effective duration. And again, if you extend the duration and go out further on the yield curve, typically you're going to get stronger return. And it's been hidden because our interest rates have been held so high. So our short-term interest rates, we've been keeping it all short, and it's been great. But as those interest rates come down, it's going to be harder to do that. So we have to do things like look at the investment policy in this way and consider making changes. And lastly, a dilemma that I was presented with when I first came on board as city treasurer. It was disclosed to me, or someone brought to my attention, that there were impermissible investments in the policy. And, I almost fell into the same trap because a broker had offered a security to me, which I was like, hey, yeah, that sounds good. And then I came back and I looked at it and I was like, well, wait a second, that's not allowed. And he even said, oh, this is allowed, that's fine. And so unraveled this ball of yarn where I was like, uh-oh, we've got a bigger problem here. And so instead of continuing to sweep it under the rug, which is what my previous predecessor did, I shined a big light on it and said, hey, we've got impermissible investments. I'm going to try and get us out of them, and I'm not going to take a loss. So I'm going to try and hold someone accountable, and it's not going to be the city. But, again, just be transparent about everything. I ask myself, how can I explain this decision to a resident? If someone asks me a question, why did you do that? I need to have a good answer for it. So if I operate like that, then I usually am pretty good. So thank you.
Thank you. Next applicant, Shirley Nakawatasi.
Hi. The strategy to maximize earnings, there's always going to be a larger amount of risk when you try to maximize earnings, but you have a really great investment policy right now. And if you talk to your investment team, these guys out-geek me with numbers. They're really, really cool. They will talk to you about how they keep their finger on the federal pulse on unemployment, on leading economic indicators, and they're following policy. So I think the bigger thing would be maybe it's time for a revision of the policy itself. Yes, there are state guidelines, but the county also has their own. You have an oversight committee. Maybe it is a time that we empower the investment oversight committee to maybe strengthen up some of those goals that you personally would have with the investment policy. And that would be for the changes to the investment policy too. I would think that we would look at the oversight committee first and who are the members of that, and direct them to invest in a manner which is more consistent with the board's desires. Ethical or tax situation dilemmas, I come across that daily. I've done thousands and thousands of tax returns in my career, and believe me, there's a time when someone wants to go and twist tax code to get a less favorable tax situation than where they're allowed in. I'm really proud of the fact I got a really strong moral compass, and I follow it. And every night when I put my head down to sleep, I can say, I did the right thing. So when I think back specifically, I can remember something, and this was way before I had my own business, and that is an investor had miscounted his 1031 exchange. That is where you like trade a house for another house. And he miscounted, and it didn't fall within the guidelines. And he goes, well, just do it. I said, just do it? You know, that's not right. And I ended up not doing it. My boss overrode me and took the tax return from me and did it the way the taxpayer wanted. And that sat so badly with me. I really think it strengthened me more and more to have a code of ethics for myself and say, I'm just going to do the right thing. I want to be proud of the actions that I take, the words that I choose, and again, just adhere to my own code of ethics. And so that is something that happens to me almost daily, and I always just choose to do the right thing. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next candidate applicant is Greg Hodosevich.
A question was about strategy to optimize investment portfolio without losing social objectives and others. This is really hard to modify the policy unless it is set up by the governing body. In my view, we can actually petition our representatives in Sacramento and modify the policies. I know that Assembly Member Tosha recently put a law and modified policies regarding LAFCA. In the past, Assembly Member Lorena Gonzalez also made several laws specific to San Diego County, Sandag and others. So there is a way to loosen. That's what is actually, that's how I understand that question. So can there be some additional way to loosen some of those requirements? If we can get it through Sacramento, then it would give us an opportunity to modify the matrix for investment portfolio and do accordingly, but still staying within the law and all those applicable regulations. I heard some people were suggesting, no, let's invest into real estate, and some others go, well, let's go into digital currency. Those things are kind of risky. The only thing I heard, which is fairly stable, was investing in gold. I'm not sure if that's appropriate, but that's something the board might consider. So, and it should be a collective decision, not individual decision. But I do know that gold prices have been performing. What do you recommend? Oh, ethical dilemma. Sorry, one more question. Ethical dilemma. I'm a certified internal auditor, and I'm obligated to stick with a code of ethics. So if something funny comes around, I'm supposed to say, thank you very much, no. And I do follow, I take that obligation seriously. And I faced that question when I was audited as a publicly traded company. An auditor came in and looked into my eyes and said, can you do something, wink, wink? And I said, no. So it is, I cannot do it unless there is a board decision. If there is a decision, collective decision, then I'll do whatever the board decides. But some, on my own, I'm not supposed to do something to go against the current regulations and my ethical standards of ethical behavior. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant, Carrie Ford.
Hi, I'm Carrie. One of the first questions was strategy to optimize investment portfolio to maximize revenue generation. In looking at the summary of portfolio status on the County of San Diego Pooled Market Fund, August 31st, 2025, it appears there's 86% of investments in U.S. government debt, bank deposits, T-bills. All of these are kind of regulated by the government based on what interest rates they give. Without diving too deep into it within 2 minutes, I would look at your actual bank deposits in checking account. It appears to be earning 0% interest with 33 million sitting in there. So possibly looking at cash flow, moving some around to a money market, at least earning like 1/4 of a interest rate on your, currently in the money market is 392 million. So even a 2.8% return, that's percent of portfolio, even a 0.25% return on a money market with that much money will bring you additional revenue. What specific changes would you recommend? Maximize returns, back to that, I think I covered that. Environmental goals of ESG, possibly looking in where the Treasurer Office is regulated by federal rules, state rules, whatever it is, on investments in ESG goals, possibly looking at SBAs in the county, giving back to business owners, giving them loans to help increase revenue and to your citizens. So describe an ethical dilemma in financial and tax situations. So I've been doing accounting for small business owners for about 20 years. I've been approached a lot with international travel, trying to write it off as a business expense, et cetera, et cetera. Lots of not so gray areas, but business owners aren't really informed of these decisions. So explaining to them how international travel isn't treated like within the United States travel, explaining to them the ethical decisions and situations and legal ramifications that they might get into writing off a trip to Europe where they take their family, as that is kind of business related, but not. So as long as you educate and inform them of their legal ramifications, that is sort of a ethical situation I've been in. So that's it.
Next applicant, Larry Cohen.
Thank you very much. As it relates to investment strategies to yield more revenue for the general fund out of the investment pool, I make this general statement that it's all based on liquidity, balance, and safety. But when I looked at your investment pool in June, there were probably 3 things we could do that could generate about $35 million a year, I estimate conservatively. One would be to move about $846 million that you have in low yield to maturity investments that are earning you about 1.31% into AAA-backed securities that are producing about 4.9%. That can yield about $30 million a year. The second one would be to move 3%, about $150 million out of treasuries at 3% into negotiable CDs that are earning about 4.42%, can earn about $4 million a year extra. And the last would be moving from bank deposits that are earning you 3.92% into A1, P1 commercial paper, earning about 4.46%. Again, keeping in mind your policy, liquidity, balance, and safety, all of these things would have to be second-guessed by the team, but that's just looking back at the envelope at your investment fund. As it relates to ethical situations, I recently had to terminate an employee who worked for me who was in control of our budget and our finances. And when you're a fiduciary, you have to have systems in place to catch things that are outside the norm. And when I noticed expenses were going somewhere that shouldn't have been going, it allowed me to lift up the hood, see what was going on, and I determined that fraudulent expenses were being spent out the door. This was someone that I hired and I had a lot of trust in. When that happens, you investigate it, you find the facts, you follow the law, and then you act. And then lastly, as it relates to ESG, again, we don't need to reinvent the wheel here. I proposed some ideas in my public testimony before. We just need to put a working group together and have benchmarks every quarter where we're actually adopting things. Your ESG policy is very vague right now, in the sense that it says we should look at it, we can do it. We need to start taking action because other counties around the Western United States are already doing this. Again, without sacrificing return, safety, liquidity, or balance, right? It's all doable. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to invite up David Baker.
Hi, thank you very much. So first with maximizing returns, I think what we'd want to look at is the underlying assets that we have in our investment pool. And as many have said, we operate within constraints, what we can invest in with the pool. But I'd like to see if there's any gaps that might be in the pie to increase the risk we might be able to take on it, not jeopardize the rating that we have. So could be we could take some other types of lower rated credits. Not saying you could, but it's something certainly to look at to see if it might fit in without jeopardizing the rating. You should also look at the yield curve to see if we can increase our duration and move out on our maturity of the yield pool. Generally speaking, I know that liquidity is obviously one of the big factors, so we try to keep duration and maturity around 1 year. Is it possible to go out a little bit, especially if the yield curve goes up and there might be better returns to be had there? So those are just a couple of the things I think you could do to maximize returns. The other, getting back to investments and the investment policy with ESG, I think, as some have said, in addition to some of the government guidance that you have, I think you'd have to look at changing the investment policy and be very clear on the goals that you would have. Right now, the investment policy might have some vague goals, as it were, but if you really wanted to have a significant conversation, I think you'd have to start with the Treasury Oversight Committee and really have a discussion with them to see what might be done or not done within the constraints of the investments and what we can do. And I think you also, I always have a fiduciary hat on as I'm a fiduciary for the deferred compensation program, but I think you have to take into consideration the fiduciary duty to act in the best interest of the financial interest of the pool as well. So there's always a struggle there, I think, with ESG investments versus fiduciary roles. So that would be something I think you'd need to really talk about. Lastly, with describing a situation with ethical, Dieter pointed out every day we're faced with penalty cancellation requests. We have a formal process in place. We follow that. I've had some doozies, as it were, in terms of financial penalty cancellation requests for people who threaten lawsuits, et cetera. And so what we always do is, as he said, we find ways to just interact with them and review the circumstances for everybody. And the thing that's guided me most is whatever happens on all of that and looking at everything, what I'll do for one person is what I'll do for others as well. That's guided me well. So thank you.
I'd like to invite up Michael Avalos.
I'll try not to regurgitate too much of what everybody else has been saying, but I'm going to wrap both of the investment questions into one because I think I can do that. But as others have said, there's a lot of regulation on what kind of investments can be made and the liquidity on those investments. So I'll bring it back to school districts. At school districts, our budgets are made up roughly 80 or 85% to our personnel, and then the rest is to things that we can control. So in terms of this office, sometimes those things can be overlooked, that 15 to 20%. So that would be something that we could take a look at to see if they can align more with the goals of the county. Being the financial leader at a school district, I know that liquidity is the lifeline for our schools. Even a school district with a very healthy reserve can only survive a couple of months of payroll with the reserve alone. So I know the liquidity that our county investment pool provides for our school districts is very important. So when you ask how our investments can maximize things like ESG, I wonder what could be more impactful than helping the students in our community. So that means keeping our funds accurate and on time to our schools and continuing that good communication that we already have with our school districts. I know from personal experience, I very much appreciate how communicative this office is to our district. In terms of ethical dilemmas that I've run into, when I first started as a CBO, I had to present my first MYP, which is a multi-year projection. This is something that we statutorily have to do to present to our board and community at least 3 times a year. And it's something that has a big impact on our district. It impacts negotiations with our unions, and it impacts positions within the district. So it's got a lot of repercussions that can happen if you have wrong assumptions. And the very first MYP, as it happens, that I was going to present to my board was incorrect. We have to post the board agenda 72 hours before a board meeting, and I realized that one of the numbers was transposed, and it was an impactful change that would have had a big impact on negotiations or the direction of our district. And so I had to suck up my pride and go to my superintendent and point that out. And then I also, of course, explained it to my board, and then brought it out to the public when I was presenting in the presentation and pointed out the error and what the actual numbers were. So like I've been saying, ethics for me, my morality is what I go by every day. It's not something that I skimp on. And even if it hurts my ego, I'm willing to do the right thing. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from any of my colleagues or comments? No questions or comments? Okay, I would like to sort of kind of begin with a question to my colleagues. Do we feel like 4 is the right number to move forward? Now that you've had a chance to interview everyone, would you be interested in 3 or 5? I just want to make sure, you know, this is a... Do you have thoughts? I think I mean, to be honest, I'm probably leaning towards 5, but, you know, I think it's a joint decision, so it really depends on what everyone else is at.
Yeah, but we can change it.
I just want to have a conversation, so it's really up to my colleagues as well. So just sort of listening over, there's a lot of amazing candidates, so I'm a little torn. But I think I'm leaning to 5, but, you know, soft on that. So wanted to hear my colleagues have to
I'm
think.
inclined to change to 5 because, like you said, they're very impressive. So.
That's fine.
Okay, then I'll, I guess, make a motion to amend my original motion. Reconsider and change that from 4 to 5, yeah. Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. And Chair Lawson-Rima, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Okay, so now just to move on, if no one has any further comments, we get to our voting stage. So I'm going to do my best to explain this. Andrew, if you want to interject, if I have fallen down on the job, please interject. But everyone has a ballot, everyone being all 4 of us. Is there another ballot? If you don't have a ballot, Andrew will bring you a ballot. Okay, so right at the top that you will vote for up to 5 candidates. Doesn't mean you have to vote for 5. It means you can vote to up to 5. You can't vote twice for the same person. You can vote for up to 5 people, but you could also choose to only vote for 1 if you only wanted to invite 1 person to continue on. And this is voting round 1, so everyone can put a 1 where it says voting round. Okay, great. So what we're supposed to do now is mark our ballots and then sign it. And then we give it to Andrew, and then Andrew does the tally, and then he'll read it out. And if we're, you know, if it's clear who the 5 are, if there's no ties, then onward we go till the finals. If that's not clear, then we have a second round to get there, until we get there, okay? Okay. Do we give them to you?
Yes.
Okay. And then Andrew, you tally and then you read out the totals? Great.
Anybody wants to play Jeopardy music? Okay, Chair Lawson Reamer, we have one candidate with 4 votes. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and read over how each supervisor voted and then tally those up so that there's.
Well, I think you might confuse everyone. Why don't you
Okay.
start with the total tallies? So
Okay.
that's what people care
Sounds
about
great.
anyway.
That sounds great. Okay. Michael Avales received 1 vote. David Baker received 4 votes. Larry Cohen received 3 votes. Carrie Ford received 2 votes. Greg Hodosevich did not receive any votes. Shirley Nakawatasi received 1 vote. Christian Peacocks received 3 votes. Rafe Trickey did not receive any votes, and Deetra Williams received 4 votes. So with that, we have 4 candidates that will move on to a second round as finalists, and that's the candidates with 3 or more votes. So that would be David Baker, Larry Cohen, and Christian Peacocks and Deetra Williams. Those are the 4 applicants that would move on. And selecting the 5th applicant, because the board policy requires 3 or more votes, the board could select the 3rd candidate that has 2 votes, carry forward, or select from the remaining applicants that received 1 vote.
And the other applicants that received 1 vote are?
Michael Avales and Shirley Nakawatasi. So we can do a second round with those.
Why don't we
3
do a
individuals.
second round? So we've, and on this, we should vote for 1 person, because there's only 1 slot left. So it's Michael, Carolyn Ford, and Shirley, correct?
Correct.
Does everyone follow? You get a ballot. You don't have to vote for anyone. You can vote for 1, you can vote for 0 or 1 person. Those are options. And you can only vote between 3 people, the 3 people being Michael, Carolyn, and Shirley. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. I did it. I'm done. We don't have to. I mean, it's your choice. It could be 0. You have to get 3 votes. So we'll do this a couple times, but if nobody gets 3 votes, then nobody advances. Do you have everyone's ballot?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll note for the record that Michael Avales received 1 vote, Carrie Ford received 2 votes, and Shirley Nakawatasi received 1 vote.
Okay, so it's the second time everyone got the same number of votes. So, Andrew, I guess then by the rules of procedure, Do we, I think it seems silly to keep going. That's the second time everyone got the same number of votes. So do we advance Caroline or do we advance nobody?
Board policy requires 3 votes to move somebody to the finalist round.
Okay. Colleagues, if anyone wants to take another round, we can do so. If not, we're done. And there's 4 folks. Okay, great. Then that's it. And we've got 4 folks moving on to the final round. Thank you all so much for being here. We'll take about 2 minutes to reset, and then we're going to come back for item 14. 13. This is preparing for fiscal disruption through an ad hoc sustainable fiscal planning subcommittee. And I do have some introductory remarks. I can find them in this very big binder. First, I just want to thank my colleague and partner, Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp, in working on this item with me. You know, we brought this forward today because San Diego is facing an unprecedented fiscal crisis. Trump's so-called One Big Beautiful Bill ripped about $300 million a year from our budget, and even more cuts are looming from Sacramento and Washington, including cuts on the near horizon directly targeting housing assistance. So I think it's important to be clear that this is a bill that makes healthcare harder to access and more expensive. It's driving up grocery bills and pushing the dream of housing further out of reach. Instead of fixing what's broken, it handed huge tax breaks to the wealthy, increased our national debt, and left San Diego families holding the bag. The reality is that the federal government has pulled funding, but the work to serve our community does not stop. The county is still required to be the first line of defense in cases of wildfire, to protect our citizens in cases when their public safety is at risk, to provide health care, housing support, food assistance, and more. And now we're expected to do it with hundreds of millions of dollars less. We are not going to be able to find $300 million in the couch cushions, despite, I think, our valiant efforts of our CAO. We're not going to be able to nickel and dime our way out of this problem. So this means that every program and every service we provide to this county is under threat if we don't create a pretty aggressive plan. This includes everything from patrolling our streets, protecting our communities from wildfire risk, housing, healthcare, food assistance, cleaning up the Tijuana River Valley sewage crisis, our emergency response capabilities, everything. Cuts this deep will not just shrink our government, it will push our costs onto working families and make life here even less affordable. So I wanted to bring this today, along with my colleague, to try to get ahead of the fiscal mess that Washington is creating. And let's be very clear. It's very likely to get only worse. Washington is now on the verge of shutting down, which I think suggests to me that regardless of what your party is, I think we can all agree that there is dysfunction currently in Washington, and we cannot wait for them to come save us. That at the end of the day, we're gonna have to take care of ourselves. We're not gonna be able to wait for them to fix our problems. We're gonna have to take control here in our own community. So that's really what the item today is about. It's about creating a sustainable fiscal plan that protects our progress, shields essential services, and ensures our families do not pay the price for Washington's dysfunction. It's not flashy, it's not popular, and frankly, it's very hard. But it's the responsible thing that we have to do when Washington refuses to govern. So I would like to take a moment to pause here and thank the many, many community members and organizations who submitted letters of support and those who have showed up and signed up to speak today. Really appreciate the partnership with our firefighters at CAL FIRE, our sheriff's deputies, our frontline healthcare providers like UC San Diego Health, the Hospital Association, which speaks for our entire healthcare community here in San Diego County, the American Academy of Pediatrics, all of whom have made clear what's at stake for safety and care. I also appreciate the leadership and advocacy of housing and homeless leaders like Father Joe's Villages, PATH, MAC, and the Lucky Duck Foundation, who continually warn us what will happen in terms of exploding homelessness on our streets if we stall progress. Food banks, childcare providers, and social service partners from Feeding San Diego and the Food Bank to the YMCA, First Five, and Say San Diego have spoken eloquently to the extraordinary risks now facing kids, seniors, and working parents. And I especially want to thank the broad community engagement from labor, business, environmental groups, veterans advocates, and so many others who have reached out to me over the last 6 months to voice their concern for what they see heading towards our community and ask us to try to make a plan to head off this disaster coming our way. The totality of this support shows how deeply San Diegans understand the stakes and how much we are ready to come together to find solutions to our common problems. San Diego knows that we have to step up even when Washington steps back. So first I would just like to invite my colleagues to take a look at the folder that my team has left on everyone's desk. It is a collection of all the support letters that we have received from over 80 organizations across our community, from public safety, healthcare, housing and homelessness, hunger, childcare and social services, those who are working and focused on the environment and the Tijuana River, the business community, and advocacy groups and labor organizations. So I do hope that you can take a moment, because to me, the broad and consistent voice of our community in crying for us to take action and not to pass the buck, I think it's just incredibly important to remind us of the responsibility that we hold at this moment, as hard as it may be to govern. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to my co-author, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, before we hear our public comment.
Thank you so much, Chair Lawson-Remer, for introducing the item and also for partnering on this item with our office. And as you stated, with an imminent federal government shutdown, it really is looming. There are many more uncertainties for the county, and we have to be proactive in our fiscal planning. So without preparation, services like emergency response, mental health, and food assistance will be impacted, and this hurts our most vulnerable communities, which means it impacts all of our communities. We need a long-term local plan to ensure that we can continue providing essential services for with minimal disruption, regardless of what the federal government does. I look forward to working with the Sustainable Fiscal Planning Ad Hoc Subcommittee and expert consultants to look for the solutions for San Diego County, the county that we all love so much. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. With that, can we go ahead and call public speakers?
Thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 39 requests to speak on this item, 24 in person and 15 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 160 e-comments, 145 in support, 9 in opposition, and 4 neutral. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 14 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. Because we have 10 or more speakers on this item, we will have 1 minute to address the board, and I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I will be calling in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, Wesley Burt, Kaylee Levitt, and Zach Schlegel. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Wesley Burt. I am the founder of Plusbox and the director for Brighter Bite San Diego, a local food security nonprofit that has been serving families across the county since 2020. The truth is that even before recent state and federal cuts, our combined public and charitable efforts were not enough to meet the scale of food insecurity facing our communities. Now, with disinvestment in essential programs, those gaps are only widening, and it's our most vulnerable neighbors who will pay the price. I recognize that to some, today's proposal may feel unusual or even uncomfortable, but we are living in a moment where public support systems are increasingly constrained, just as household costs are soaring, job stability is under strain, and economic uncertainty looms. The result is a weaker safety net precisely when more families need it most. That is why I urge the Board of Supervisors to approve this proposal to safeguard critical nutrition and food access programs, and to do so in a way that is transparent, equitable, and forward-thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Kaylee Levitt with Jewish Family Service. We ask you to support item 14 and respectfully request that through this action and more, the county continues to prioritize protecting, maintaining, and expanding the existing essential services for the most vulnerable in our communities. More and more people are calling us on a daily basis in need of assistance. These are our neighbors, working families, and older adults who never expected to need services. They are calling even just to ask for some food for just the month. This action needs to prioritize housing assistance, healthcare access, behavioral health, food support, and services for older adults. I know my colleague was here this morning to share with you more about the no-cost senior transportation program, provided you an impact report. Through this action, the county can find reliable funding to support the programs and services that provide a lifeline for these individuals. We urge you to support item 14 and to remember that a strategic fiscal plan must focus on the most vulnerable in our community and must preserve the existing programs that work. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers, Pamela R., Noah Yiyik, and Stephen Russell.
Good afternoon. I'm Zach Schlegel here on behalf of PATH and a member of the Basic Needs Coalition. With the federal government threatening significant cuts to virtually all the programs that comprise our social safety net, we are at a crossroads. I applaud Supervisor Lawson-Remer and Supervisor Montgomery Stepp for pushing this uncomfortable conversation forward. Action is needed to avert life-altering reductions to important programs like Medi-Cal, CalFresh, Section 8, and more. In terms of homelessness, we are expecting that these cuts will lead to an increase in the next point in time count. After moving in the right direction last year, we've been advocating with our congressional delegation for solutions to the looming funding cliff for the emergency housing vouchers that were created during COVID. Thanks to inflation, those funds will run dry next year, leaving over 500 families who are currently housed without vouchers. That, coupled with the continued uncertainty around the federal budget and its impact to HUD, make us very nervous for the people that we serve. We urge you to support this item that will identify creative ways to offset these devastating cuts, and will provide some certainty for the most vulnerable individuals in our region. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Pam, I'm sure you're all aware that you have an Office of Ethics and Compliance. Did you consider that when you made the budget or want to form this committee that will probably lead to a new tax strategy? And you mentioned $300 million is lost because of the federal government. This letter item states, if SNAP helped 400,000 participants incur $1,400 less in health care expenses, that is a savings of $560 million. Where's that money? Just wondering. And why don't you work on waste, fraud, and abuse? Why don't you cut off benefits with no expiration dates to illegals that are taking housing, the Illegal Defense Fund program, food, education, medical care, for crying out loud? Please find the waste, fraud, and abuse, expose it to the public, and then come up with a new strategy that won't cost us more money. I'll return it to the office, no problem.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Noah Yiyik. I'm a researcher with the Center on Policy Initiatives and a convener of the San Diego Community Budget Alliance. We strongly support the creation of this ad hoc subcommittee on sustainable fiscal planning. We want to thank Chair Lawson-Remer and Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp for continuing to lead proactively in the face of federal disinvestment that is putting people's lives at risk. This work is about making sure San Diegans can keep a roof over their heads, put food on the table, and access the care they need to live with dignity. We urge you to prioritize progressive revenue measures that make corporations and the wealthy pay their fair share while investing in communities with the greatest need and addressing systemic inequities. By pursuing progressive revenue, we can ensure our county raises the resources needed to provide the services, programs, and opportunities San Diegans deserve so that everyone in our region can thrive. On a personal note, I want to thank Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp for her fearless leadership, her commitment to community, and for being someone I truly view as a role model and inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers. Allegedly Audra, Derek Wixon, Drusilla Willis.
Honorable Chair and Supervisors, my name is Stephen Russell. I'm the President and CEO of the San Diego Housing Federation. And on behalf of the Federation and the Basic Needs Coalition, which includes PATH, YMCA, St. Paul's Seniors, Townspeople, JFS, and others, I'm here to express our strong support for the proposal to establish an ad hoc subcommittee on sustainable fiscal planning as proposed by Chair Tara Lawson-Remer and Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp. We are particularly encouraged by the proposal's focus on key priority areas, including healthcare access, affordable housing, behavioral health, in-home supportive services, childcare, food assistance, public safety, wildfire prevention, and environmental sustainability. We urge the Board of Supervisors to approve this proposal and begin a process of developing a robust fiscal strategy that reflects community priorities and protects San Diego's future. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to responsible, inclusive, and equitable governance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the board. My name is Derek Wixon. I'm an engineer paramedic and the deputy rank and file director representing CAL FIRE Firefighters Local 2881. We're here today to express our full support for the board's proposal to create a fiscal committee to research revenue options for San Diego County. This fiscal committee is an important step toward ensuring that San Diego County can continue to prioritize safety and preparedness. It's an opportunity to explore new revenue options that will strengthen and expand the investments we've already made in fire protection and emergency response. By looking into the sustainable revenue sources, the committee can help ensure our firefighters have the tools, training, and resources to protect lives and property, even as demands continue to grow. Fire protection and public safety infrastructure is and must remain a critical government service with fiduciary priority. CAL FIRE Local 2881 strongly supports this initiative as it aligns with our shared goal of protecting our communities and ensuring a safer, more resilient future for San Diego County. We look forward to working with you on this effort and appreciate your continued support.
Thank you. So next speaker is coming forward. I'll invite 3 additional speakers: Melinda Forstay, Joshua Bohannon, and James Calloway.
My person uses the name Audra. FAFO, I told you guys when you say FU to the federal government, they're going to say FU too. And you guys sit here and act like you were able to provide these services before all of this was happening. You weren't. You give people raises and then you sit here and you say we need to come after the people for more money just to provide the services. So all this means is that you're going to come after the people for more money to make up for your negligence. And it's funny because if we weren't occupied, right now the United States is occupied, and we're sending billions of dollars, like since 1948, since Israel was created, and we have to, not be anti-Semitic, otherwise we're gonna lose our passports. But almost $300 billion, it's like nearly $4 billion a year that we've been giving to Israel. Maybe if we weren't doing things like that and we weren't helping illegal immigrants, you guys would have the money to provide for the people here. But FAFO, right?
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Melinda Forstey, President and CEO of Serving Seniors. We have the honor of serving over 13,000 older adults each year in each district. First, I want to say thank you to this board who have been champions for older adults. I'm also here to share our strong support for an ad hoc sustainable fiscal planning subcommittee. These services, such as access to Medicaid, SNAP, housing, and homelessness prevention programs, are absolutely critical, not just to the thousands of seniors that we serve, but the hundreds of thousands of seniors throughout the county. This is more than just a fiscal exercise. It's all of us coming together as a community to create a plan to ensure we're able to provide these absolutely critical services to all of our community members. Thank you for your leadership, and I appreciate everything you've done in response.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. Josh Bohannon with Father Joe's Villages and a member of the Basic Needs Coalition. And I'm here today just to kind of highlight the point that if these benefits are cut to the community's social safety net, they're going to turn to the nonprofits. And the providers like Father Joe's Villages, we have lunch lines, we do food pantry, we do medical services. The reality is there aren't enough services to go around. And as nonprofits ourselves, we're also experiencing severe cuts from the federal administration and from our donor community who feel uncomfortable with the marketplace, so they're less likely to give discretionary money to nonprofits. So there's this perfect storm happening where you have thousands of families, specifically seniors as well, who are just on the cusp of falling into homelessness, and any reduction between deciding between food, housing, or medicine is going to result in more homelessness. And to the public and to everybody here, homelessness will get worse if we do cut food security programs, medical programs, housing programs. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers. Sonali Kumar, Crystal Irving, and Mark.
Good afternoon. My name is James Calloway. I'm a proud SEIU 221 member, and I've worked for HHSA for about 5 years. We are in strong support of establishing an ad hoc subcommittee on sustainable fiscal planning to safeguard essential services. And if you care about fiscal responsibility, you should vote yes on this, because failing to address the federal cuts to core services like Medi-Cal, CalFresh, housing assistance, and behavioral health will cost our county much more in the long run than it will to address it head on. We must make sure funding sustains services our community relies on while retaining the experienced employees who provide them. We thank Chair Lawson Reamer and Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp for bringing this item forward, and we urge you to vote yes on this item. Appreciate your time.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Sonali, and I urge you to prioritize a critical revenue investment, Medi-Cal. New federal reporting and eligibility rules demand that we immediately strengthen our staff, training, and IT infrastructure. Medi-Cal is a true lifeline for San Diego. When applicants are laid off or hours are reduced at work, continuous access to prescriptions and treatment prevents the crisis. On the other hand, if healthcare is disrupted, it can lead to a devastating series of events, including long-term unemployment, homeless, and incarceration. Investing in Medi-Cal is not a cost, it's a direct investment in health, stability, and resilience of the entire San Diego community. Also, it's not just for our clients, but we never know when we'll need these services ourselves. Today, I might be employed, but tomorrow I might lose my job and I might need Medi-Cal, and these resources should be there when we need them. And last, as someone else said, SNAP benefits lead to less costs in healthcare.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers. Benjamin Senes, John Brady, and Karina Pugh.
We have spent almost $11 billion on indigent aid, mostly for people who are here illegally. You are now broke. Even that was not enough. You are asking to borrow $3.4 billion from the general fund, which was in arrears, to pay for the health care of people who were largely allowed to come into California illegally. More importantly, in addition to that, almost 20% of all the people who are PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric users, have not paid their bills. But you created a state which has the highest taxes, social services, entrepreneurial cohort. Second, we have more illegal aliens than any other state in the union. You have welcomed them in without any plan how to assimilate, integrate, house, feed, take care of their health needs. So we have a huge number of poor people. 1 out of every 3 people on public assistance in the United States lives in California. We're up to 20% of our population can't or won't do anything about it. And if this continues in another decade, this is going to be a completely medieval third world society if it isn't already. Thank you.
Okay, so that's
I'm
from
gonna
this
ask you to
video,
please-
and
please state
people,
your name.
this is all intentional. People need to see this. Klaus Schwab stating that he infiltrated governments, including Gavin Newsom, who's a young global leader. This is all planned. It's a disaster, and you guys.
Thank you. And please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Senes. I am a human services specialist at the Northeast Family Resource Center, and I have been for a little over 2.5 years. It's been a long day. Everyone that's come up here and spoken in support of this item has covered the bases. I want you guys to all, listen to those arguments. Well, some of you need to listen to these arguments, and I'll leave it there. Thank you guys so much. We urge you to support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers. Rachel Hayes, James Calloway, Natalie Rashke. If I've caught your name, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Crystal Irving, proud to serve as president of SEIU Local 221. We are in strong support of establishing an ad hoc subcommittee for sustainable financial planning to safeguard essential services. You've already heard from a few of our members. Billionaires are getting more breaks from DC, while the needs of our community members are increasing every day as we see an exponential rise in the cost of living in San Diego. This also foreshadows that the number of people in need of essential services like Medi-Cal, CalFresh, Housing assistance, behavioral health, and other core services our members provide are also going to increase. And quality public services allows us to support people as they begin to slip and catch them before they fall. But we cannot expect our members to do more with less. It is imperative that the county ensures that funding sustains for the services our communities rely on while retaining the experienced employees who provide them. So we would like to thank Chair Lawson Remer and Vice Chair Monica Montgomery Stepp for bringing forward this item, and we urge you all to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite 3 additional speakers. Natalie Raschke, Mark Stewart, and Mike Odine.
Hi, thank you for having me, Natalie Raschke, Lived Experience Advisors. I agree with this. As you move forward, I believe that somebody with lived experience should be accounted for on this seat. I have one of those EHVs. I recently sat in some meetings with some U.S. senators who ended up sending their reps. I had two of my children with me. It was a disappointment. It shows a disconnect between my reality and the decisions that are being made. I think there's a disconnect between my community and the people that are homeless. My EHV will run out by this time next year. I didn't create COVID. They created problems that I'm being punished for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Lawson Remer, members of the board. I'm Mark Stewart, President and CEO of San Diego Foundation, where we support more than 1,000 nonprofits across the region. Our county is at a fiscal crossroads. State and federal cutbacks combined with rising local needs are straining the programs that keep communities healthy and thriving. That's why we support creating the ad hoc subcommittee on sustainable fiscal planning. This step will protect essential services, explore equitable funding, and safeguard fiscal health. At the foundation, our mission is to inspire philanthropy and enable community-driven solutions. This subcommittee will examine how to sustain vital programs, healthcare, housing, food, childcare, behavioral health, wildlife prevention, and environmental sustainability for those who are most at risk. On behalf of San Diego Foundation, I urge you to approve this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite the remaining speakers in person. Benjamin Nazarian and Christopher Wilson.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mike Odine. I'm the president of the Deputy Sheriff's Association of San Diego. On behalf of the Deputy Sheriff's Association, we support the Board of Supervisors collaborating and prioritizing funding options for critical county programs, in particular funding of the Sheriff's Office to fill hundreds of open deputy positions and to fund critically needed infrastructure upgrade projects. On behalf of the 2,400 members, we must find ways to fully fund critical law enforcement vacancies and invest in our absolute failing infrastructure. The DSA strongly supports the county board working together, investing in this critical infrastructure such as new jails, sheriff's substations, as well as technology and safety equipment to assist deputies in the performance of our duties. The Deputy Sheriff's Association stands ready to work with the Board of Supervisors to address these issues and set funding priorities which will strengthen the Sheriff's Office and improve the safety of all 3.2 million residents of San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Ben Nazarian, Secretary-Treasurer of the Deputy Sheriff's Association. I want to talk about funding for the Sheriff's Office. Sheriff's Office isn't just law enforcement. It's doctors, nurses, counselors, psych staff. And when these positions aren't filled and they're not taken care of, inmates pay the price. We're violating their rights, and that leads to lawsuits, dangerous conditions for us. Short staffing is every type of employee in there. Overcrowding, lack of bed space due to Prop 47, and Vista Jail is about 50 years old and it's only supposed to last about 30 years. Central Jail is not designed how we're supposed to use it, so we want to explore more ways to fund the Sheriff's Office and get more employees for our most vulnerable population. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Christopher Wilson, and I'm the Chief Strategy and Impact Officer at UDW, United Domestic Workers. Speaking on behalf of home care and child care providers across San Diego, our members are some of the most dedicated workers in the county and also some of the most lowest paid. They care for the folks who will be the most harmed, and they themselves are also endangered by the irresponsible and indisputable big bad bill. Losing this much money from our county budget means potentially dangerous harm to cuts to programs that our members and working families depend on to feed, house, and care for their families. Finding solutions and alternatives to this bill that will harm our most vulnerable communities is the work of this board. Since when did thinking and planning ahead become a bad thing? UDW supports creating this ad hoc subcommittee to find sustainable fiscal solutions for the harm that is sure to come. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to do a final call for Drusilla Willis, John Brady, Karina Pugh, or Rachel Hayes. And final call, and then also like to invite for Ramon Charez. Chairez, thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Supervisors. Thank you so much. I thought I almost didn't make the cut. I just wanted to echo what everyone else is sharing. We definitely want to support this item. You know, I come from District 1, where there's been a huge lack of investment in social services for our community. We see that across all different spaces. And so I think what we're seeing from the federal government is a pivot away from the people on the ground. And I think what the responsibility that you have is to pivot away from that towards our community. So thank you so much. We urge you to vote for this.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will begin with our first caller.
Hey, wait, before I start, I just needed to take the time out to check on you, Tara. How are you? Are you okay? Did you get to take your meds? Prozac? Hey.
Consuelo, it appears there might be a issue with the connection on your phone. And we will come back to you.
Hi. Here. There's no disconnection. I don't know why you guys keep doing that to me.
Please go.
Where I'm at, you there? Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Well, where I disconnected, you should give me my time back, but you're not gonna. Okay, systematic inequities, that's the name of the game. We're presented with ADHOC Fiscal Planning for Fiscal Disruption Committee proposal. Okay, here's what's missing. Every single part of this plan fails to disclose that our federal and local governments are the source of the very problems they claim to solve. You've created the mess, then penalize us to fund your mistakes. This is a game to keep humanity suppressed and divided. If you build it, it will come. When you build with deception and debt, what comes is more suffering for the people who pay your checks. And then you give us 60 seconds to.
Thank you. I'll hear from the next caller.
All about a fear-based ad pitch rather than a reasoned, balanced committee. Are we trading radical Dems for radical Repub strategy? After all, you voted to make emergency reserves flexible, which is horrible planning. The committee should have members elected in the public process, not selected in the board letter. And there should be more than 2 members, not just a list of names. I'm glad, since you may hire consultants, that you put a maximum amount on their services. Although 500 thou, about 2,500 consultant hours is a bit pricey. Having county supervisors leading a committee planning for fiscal disruption when they have a major role in county finances is a big conflict of interest. They might direct the conversation.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
It's truth. If Tara and Monica currently fail at fiscal stability, how in the heck would they manage fiscal sustainability on an ad hoc? Beside it, California scaled back Medi-Cal and homelessness investments. So the fight is obviously with Newsom, not Trump. So forget federal. California is broken. Why has California failed its people? Why can't it survive upon its own sovereignty without never-ending extreme taxes? Why are the only supporters of this the paid political puppets who want to profit off our poverty? Why does Tara step up just mean more taxes in the most overtaxed state? This is about using any excuse in Tara, Monica, and Paloma's unholy books to tax the county to death. Because just like the city of San Diego, they have mismanaged the budget by a $140 million deficit and expect everybody else to pay for their mistakes. Why do the three hocus-pocus progressives insist on a Halloween harvest upon the county's poorest residents, wasting $500,000 on consultants to manipulate people into supporting a future terror attack? You raided our reserves and now want more. Shame on you. How greedy, very privileged.
Thank you. On to the next caller.
Hi, my name is Erin Hogeboom. I am here today on behalf of San Diego for Every Child, Children First Collective San Diego, and the Basic Needs Coalition to voice strong support for Item 14, the Ad Hoc Sustainable Fiscal Planning Subcommittee. Families across our region are facing real uncertainty as state and federal funding for essential programs is reduced or delayed. Without a clear, forward-looking plan, these cuts threaten the very services our children, working families, and communities rely on to thrive. Item 14 is a proactive step. By creating a dedicated subcommittee, the board is signaling that fiscal sustainability and community stability are top priorities, not just today, but for years to come. I support this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
There's another solution to our budget problem. That is basically proving the fact that you guys were elected fraudulently. I mean, Orange County right now is going ahead and looking into the registration voter fraud that I talked about regarding the Newsom election. Once we go ahead and discover that fraud has been running our election, basically all your decisions, all your money that you've been wasting and all that stuff goes back. And anyone who wants to jump onto these lawsuits will get a percentage of that money back. 20% of all the money saved by fraudulent activities. On top of that, these people will go to jail, okay? Because Tara, for example, refuses to go ahead and do something that she promised me she would do. And at that point, she gave me a restraining order to prevent me from ever asking San Diego County this question, making sure that fraud in our elections stay through so that they could stay in.
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Curry, and I'm speaking on behalf of Outdoor Outreach and the Tijuana River Coalition. Federal cuts are putting critical community and environmental programs at risk, which will devastate both public health protections and opportunities for youth to meaningfully access the outdoors. In terms of the pollution crisis, by creating a fiscal subcommittee, the county can proactively identify sustainable long-term funding streams to support the Tijuana River Valley. At Outdoor Outreach, I've seen firsthand how the Tijuana River Valley can serve as both a classroom and a sanctuary for young people. That is until pollution made it unsafe. This is about resilience, ensuring that our region isn't left too vulnerable by the ups and downs of the federal budget. Planning for sustainable funding means we can keep investing in clean water and safe public spaces and move closer to a day when kids can get barreled in the waves at Imperial Beach. We're asking the county to act now so service cuts don't have a greater impact on our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Rahma Abdi. I'm the Director of Organizing and Campaign with PANA, the Partnership for Advancement of New Americans, also a proud resident of District 4. Families across San Diego are already struggling to put food on the table, keeping up with the rising cost of living. Now that this program that help them by getting by healthcare, food assistance, and other vital services are at risk of being taken away. These aren't just a number. It means parents skipping meals so their kids can eat, some senior going without care that they need, never with disability losing the support that allows them to live with dignity. When Washington turns their back on us, we look into local leaders like you to protect our community. That is why I support creating this subcommittee. We need lasting, fair solutions that makes sure no family left behind, no matter what happens in Sacramento or DC. Thank you.
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Lawson-Remer, Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp, and members of the board. This is Serena Polka from Climate Action Campaign, and we're calling in to express our strong support for the Ad Hoc Sustainable Fiscal Planning Subcommittee. This committee, as you've heard, offers a proactive, community-centered approach to safeguard essential services, explore equitable, sustainable local financing solutions, protect vulnerable residents from harm that is completely preventable, and to maintain the county's strong financial standing and long-term investments. So as we continue to work for an affordable, pollution-free future that improves quality of life for all San Diego families, essential services are an absolutely critical part of that. Due to the unprecedented state and federal disinvestment in essential programs, this collective future and the well-being of our communities is at risk without vital county services. We urge the board to please support the item and establish the subcommittee to find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from the final caller.
Hi, my name is Wee Chai, and I'm Executive Director of Big Voices. I'm calling in to support this item because, as you all are aware, the federal administration policy is cutting the funding that affected a lot of programs and services that my community, the low income working class Vietnamese community in City Heights, are depending on. And I am supporting this item because it's a responsible thing that the county board supervisor can do to figure out how are we gonna maintain the services for my community. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you so much. And I just, again, want to thank all the community members that came out to participate. I want to take a moment, I think, to uplift the diversity of voices that we've heard. I'm just looking at this packet of letters that was received in support from so many different organizations across our community. We have support from CAL FIRE, from our deputy sheriffs, from the Hospital Association, from UCSD Health, from, I'm not even going to be able to read them all, Father Joe's, PATH, Lucky Duck, Neighborhood House, Veterans Group, San Diego Foundation, Jacobs and Cushman Food Bank, Children's First, YMCA, San Diego for Every Child, Jewish Family Services, Surfrider, Environmental Health Coalition, EDC. Obviously, we've got some other groups, SEIU 221. So in any case, I can't go through all this. It was really kind of overwhelming. We have more than 80 letters. So thank you. I just really want to thank the community who showed up here today. I think this would be a beginning of a process. I really hope to earn the support of my colleagues today to move this forward. This is obviously the beginning of a process. We have been working really hard at the county to look for efficiencies across the board. I know that has been a big focus of the budget this last cycle, was really looking for efficiency so we could continue providing services for the community. And I think the last kind of set of options that our CIO gave me in terms of what other cuts could be made to find efficiencies was like pretty brutally painful. These were all really core programs that our families rely on. In terms of wildfire safety and public safety and homelessness services and healthcare. So I think we've got some work to do here, especially given what's coming at us from the federal government. But I don't think we have all the solutions, that's for sure. But I do know that we need to get really serious about coming up with some solutions and coming back to the board So the purpose of this subcommittee really is to do exactly that for my colleague, Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp and I to work with some various experts who can help us kind of think more creatively, get outside the box about what options might be out there, so we can come back to the board with some options over the coming months to try to get ahead of this crisis before it hits us head on. So I guess I'd like to make a motion, and then I know my colleagues have some comments, so go ahead.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by myself and a second by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Supervisor Geary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to also thank all of the speakers for coming out today and expressing your point of view about this item. I want to thank you, Chair and Vice Chair, for your leadership on this item. As we confront the fiscal storm that this county is going to face, we are obviously entering a time of deep uncertainty. Cuts from both Washington and Sacramento are not theoretical. They threaten the very services our most vulnerable depend on, especially in South Bay where we have the biggest need in the entire county. I ran for supervisor to fight for the people of District 1, a community that has been overlooked for far too long and underfunded for decades. Families there rely on the county for the most basic needs: put food on the table, feed their children, care for our seniors, mental health services, and just basic health care. Without the county, all of these folks will fall through the cracks. And I just want to take a moment to be very clear about what this is. This is a Trump administration's budget, and the big, ugly bill is a direct attack on our working families, our children, our seniors, our immigrants, and people with disabilities. The federal government is walking away from its responsibilities. That means we, as a county, as a community, must be ready to step up. This fiscal planning subcommittee is an important first step, but it must lead with real solutions. As we plan for this fiscal disruption, I want to be clear. Solving the Tijuana River sewage crisis must be a top priority today, tomorrow, and until it's fixed for good. So I want to see that be prioritized. Families in my district have lived for far too long with toxic air, polluted water, and closed beaches. But for us, the response has been the delay after delay, excuse after excuse. Meanwhile, my community continues to get sick, it continues to be at risk, our kids, our elderly are immunocompromised, our economy is suffering. I will support this item because it opens the door to action. I will also fight to make sure that door leads to funding. We have to be ready to use our excess reserves, root out waste, and partner with philanthropy, our state and federal delegations, and even by national institutions. I think we can't continue to stick our head in the sand. We can't play political games. This is about leadership, not cowardice. We can't continue to just say, well, it's this entity or that entity, and not do something about it as our communities continue to suffer. It's one of the reasons why I proposed the shovel-ready projects to address the Tijuana sewage crisis, infrastructure improvements at the Saturn Boulevard hotspot, expanding our air filter program, health and economic impact studies to show the true cost on our families. And today with the chair, I brought forward a new board letter to test soil contamination in South Bay. I don't think any of us, or many of us, have ever gone without food. We've never had to sit up all night thinking about our coughing child who may be sick from the toxic air. We've never had to choose between paying rent or fixing the car, and that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about families who will face even greater odds and greater issues and greater challenges because of this callous bill that has been brought forward by the Trump administration. So I am proud to support this item today. I want us to continue to fight for ways so that our families do not fall through the cracks, so that we make them whole, and so that all of us can thrive. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Jim Desmond.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be a naysayer here, but I'm glad Supervisor Geary brought up the fact about the state as well. You know, the state has a multi-billion-dollar deficit, and the state hadn't spent $9 billion of Medi-Cal on its non-U.S. citizens, we might not be in the shape we're in. But to me, this item is political fear-mongering and is misleading at best, an excuse really to raise taxes. No one's really losing entitlement benefits that needs them. If you need them, you can get them. The only people at risk are able-bodied adults who aren't willing to work, volunteer, or go to school for at least 20 hours a week. This item has several components, but most important is to assess the financial impact and public support for fiscal mechanism design options, which to me is tax. So how can the county raise more revenue annually? The answer is fees, charges, services, property taxes, and sales taxes. And we've already just recently raided our reserves to the tune of over $300 million with the same excuse. Calling this what it is, I think, is the first step towards a tax increase, asking to study fiscal mechanisms to conduct public opinion polling. We have an $8.6 billion a year budget. We don't have a revenue problem. We have a spending and a priority problem. I can't support yet another ad hoc subcommittee. And if this is going to be going forward, it should at least be open and transparent in front of the whole Board of Supervisors and in front of the public. I'd like to note that our county fire and our public safety departments who came forward here, they only receive a small fraction of their budgets from the federal government. And quite frankly, they are the first entities we should be funding. I mean, to trot out police and fire, this happens on every tax. They say your house is going to burn down, law enforcement isn't going to be there when you need them. Those are the entities we should be funding first, always, with any money that we have. It's a scare tactic. Any funding mechanism, sales tax or not, will result in increased costs for the people of San Diego County. Everybody is already stretched to the max. Every time you go to the grocery store or purchase anything, it's a lot more expensive, and this is going to be another tax on top of that. The cost of everything in San Diego County is already too high. Housing is outrageous, gas, electricity expensive, and everything else is costing more. We cannot and we should not add to that. To me, this item is a first step towards putting a new tax on the ballot, a tax we don't need, a tax no one's asked for, and it's all about prioritization. Prioritization of your money now, not a lack of taxes. So with that, I won't be supporting the item today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments from anyone? We have a motion on the floor in a second. Okay, seeing no further comments, we can go ahead and vote.
Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes with Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you again to all the public who came out to participate. And I would say to Supervisor Desmond, we look forward to reporting back with some options and being transparent in that process. Thank you. Okay, well, moving on to item number 15, demanding a comprehensive contamination analysis of the Tijuana River. I will, Supervisor Greer, I'm supposed to kick this off, yes? Okay, thank you. Okay. I just want to center what this is. A number of months ago, I came to this board asking for support in petitioning the EPA for Superfund designation. And at that time, the board was not ready to move forward with that request, but with the support of over 1,000, I think nearly 1,500 submissions and signatures and testimonies from impacted residents across our community, we did submit a petition to the EPA to investigate the Tijuana River Valley as a potential Superfund site. The reason this is so important is because the only path to clean up any kind of contamination in the river valley that's deep and long-standing in the soil would be a Superfund designation. At that time, the EPA denied our request, and they came and said to us that they did not have enough evidence at the time to grant even a preliminary investigation. I think this is wrong. I think that is a nonsense, ridiculous excuse. I think they have an obligation to be here. But the fact of the matter is they did decline to come test the soil and take soil samples and actually investigate whether we are dealing with longstanding toxic heavy metal and chemical contamination in the region. So we now have an opportunity to build a deeper and broader evidence base, and that would allow us to revisit our Superfund site designation request. And this is important because, as I said before, the only way we're ever going to get the funding we need to clean up the river valley would be through a Superfund designation. That's the best and only mechanism to do a proper and thorough cleanup. So we have an opportunity today because the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board has a fund that is basically for kind of generally purposes that are similar to this. It's like an abatement fund, essentially. And it would be about $1.4 million to do the contamination study that we know needs to be done. And then we'll be able to send the results of that study to the EPA and revisit our petition request with a lot more information and data. So that's what this item is about today. It's really about picking up where we left off and asking the state for $1.4 million to test for heavy metals, for PFAS, pesticides, pharmaceuticals, and other dangerous toxins. And it'll take a while to complete because they have to sample across seasons and neighborhoods and various pathways. But with that evidence base, we'll be able to, if it shows that there's an issue, then it puts us in a stronger position for the Superfund site designation, which is what has been used to clean up toxic waterways like the Gowanus Canal, the Duwamish River in Seattle, and the Upper Columbia River in Washington. So with that, I would love to make a motion, ask for my colleagues' support, and hand the floor to my co-author and colleague on this matter, Chair Pro Tem Aguirre.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll second and just add that it wasn't just the thousands of people who signed the petition, but it was also hundreds of people who submitted e-comments through the county system, a number of elected officials from the South Bay who also supported this. I think this effort will round out very well the existing air and water studies, especially the ones conducted by the Centers for Disease Control, the ACE study, the CASPER study, which has given us information on what people are experiencing, the data from the scientists that has measured already the air and the water quality. We need to understand what's in the sediment so that those who are using the Tijuana River Valley, hiking, biking, recreating, can make an informed decision. Especially, we need to test during wet weather and dry weather so that we can have a full picture of what exactly is in those soils and sediments. I think that providing this information will allow the EPA to reconsider our request. I think that the EPA has an opportunity, once they do, to go after the polluters. And we talk a lot about accountability. We talk a lot about working across the border to find solutions. This is that opportunity for this Trump administration, is to spearhead this effort through the Superfund site designation to go after those who are polluting the river with chemicals, heavy metals, and other types of really bad, really carcinogenic things that humans are being exposed to. So I just want to take a brief moment, Chair, to thank you for your partnership in this letter and ask my colleagues for their support.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to the public for comment.
Thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 17 requests to speak on this item, 8 in person and 9 requesting to speak by phone. Also note we received 3 e-comments in support. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 15 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. Again, as your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. Because there are 10 or more speakers on this item, you'll have 1 minute to address the board. And I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'll call you in groups of 3, so please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, John Nash, Areli Perez, and Michael King.
Hello, everybody. My name is John Nash, and I'm a park ranger in the Tijuana River Valley and member of SEIU. I'm here to urge everybody here to fully support Paloma Aguirre in her efforts to clean up the valley. She has a working knowledge and educational background that makes me trust in her more than anybody else I've met while working in the valley. She was elected, I'd say, mostly on her passion and clear devotion to the people living and working in the valley. She's not just a talking head sitting in an office from far away. She's hands-on and she's boots on the ground. We have all already agreed that this needs to be addressed, and I want to thank you all, truly. Thank you. I hope moving forward we can put any differences aside and back her plays 100% to get a handle on this unfortunate situation. She knows the valley and the issues therein better than anybody. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll call 3 additional speakers: Courtney Baltiski, allegedly Audra, and Michael Verderve.
Good afternoon, Honorable Supervisors. My name is Courtney Baltiski with the YMCA and the Tijuana River Coalition, a group of over 50 nonprofit organizations and community entities all focused on advocating for solutions in the Tijuana River Valley. Thank you to Supervisors Aguirre and Lawson Reamer for the steadfast commitment to tangible solutions to ending the multifaceted crisis stemming from the transboundary pollution. The unanimous support of this board on multiple items to continue the research and support for households impacted by the pollution is so important. This item supports the effort to fully evaluate, understand, and act. This is another important step to fix, heal, and prevent further harm in the Tijuana River Valley. We appreciate your consideration on this item and urge you to move it forward.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in person, Mark and Ramon Chavez.
Hello, Supervising Park Ranger Mike Verderber, Tijuana River Valley Regional Park, and proud SEIU union member. Park Ranger's job is to serve our community by reporting the truth about safety hazards. Our campground was flooded for approximately 7 months with transboundary pollution flows from Smuggler's Gulch. All 61 campsites flooded with polluted water. The main river's transboundary pollution flow continues to affect the community's health and safety. We need to do more. We need to be bold. We need to build trust with our community. We need to be curious about the long-term health effects with more testing of our air, water, and soil. We need to do the right thing for the community that we serve, and that starts with reporting the truth.
Thank you. Final call. Oh, please come forward.
Hello, my name is Ramon Chavez. I'm with Un Mar de Colores. We're a nonprofit organization. We're part of the Tijuana River Coalition group. In the last 7 years, since 2018, these are IBWC's numbers, approximately 150 to 170 billion gallons of untreated industrial waste, pollution, trash have flown through our river valley. We were at a point last year where we were having to clamor uphill to prove to people that we needed to study what was happening in the river valley. And at some point I heard someone say that we didn't need any studies. That comment for us on the ground was hard to digest, because from the ground it feels like no one at times is listening. And I'm speaking more for our residents, right? And so any types of studies, whether it's soil, water, that focus on what's gone through our river valley are incredibly important. And they're just a big.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. This is so sad because, Paloma, you should have been doing more, having been in that community, and it seems like you guys are now trying to put this on the head of the Trump administration, like it's their problem, they need to deal with it, when this has been decades in the making. And it seems more like you guys want to do testing. It's like, we already know where it's coming from. We know that it's causing harm, but instead of going to the culprits, we're like, we need to come to where the people are and get more money from them to pay for a problem that we're not creating, that you guys haven't wanted to fix, that you sit here and you want to study and see the effects of the toxins, but you don't want to stop it. because you care more about commerce. And that is so disturbing to hear from you guys when you talk about that and like that, when people are suffering. And yes, you should do testing, but you should stop it, because it doesn't matter how much testing you do, the problems still exist.
Thank you. Final call for Aurelie Perez, Michael King, and Mark.
Mark, if this was any of your children in, say, Del Mar or La Jolla, Mission Hills, being poisoned and getting sick, you wouldn't be doing a study on it. You do anything right now to stop it. Jim was right a while back. This has been well over a decade. This takes a drastic measure. You guys should literally be taking money from the Otay Mesa border crossing, the profit that Mexico makes. You should take it as a penalty, however much it takes, and just literally take it from them. Fix the problem and say, thanks for fixing the problem. And literally, because nothing else is going to do it except us paying for something we didn't create, and that's asinine. To have America pay for it, why the hell should we pay for it? I think I've heard Jim say that before. You wouldn't do this with your children. Please don't do it with ours.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
Consuelo, don't cut me off. Okay, despierten, pendejos. Decades of sewage flowing into our ocean, and what do we keep hearing? More money, more studies. Enough with the studies. Fund the solutions already, you psychopaths. Every administration plays the blame game, while the people of Imperial Beach and South County get sicker, poorer, and more desperate. There have been funds, there have been technology to solve this decades ago. The sewage is doing its part, making poo people sick and desperate, and you keep doing your part, circle jerking with reports and compliments instead of results. The public is waking up. People must start to critically think about who benefits from the endless studies and endless excuses while communities suffer. Enough. Wake up. Stop coming in and speaking while you're getting paid, pendejos.
We'll hear from the next caller.
Although think these tests have been done already, but if you do it again, you might find, as has been reported, that some of the pollution is in fact coming from this country. That may be a corporate no-no, so maybe you shouldn't. Glad you recognize pharmaceuticals as another toxin, Tara, but we want action, not further contributions to what seems to be an industry making money off of keeping the crisis going and also boosting local inflation. While there are a few improvements on the Fed front, like the IBWC sewage treatment plant finally being repaired, there are local efforts that are also having effect. And these probably would be quicker. We have real stake in the matter, unlike the feds and so on. Glad someone finally
Thank you. The next caller.
It's truth. What happened to Nora's demand for a report on the impacts of a Superfund? Did Tara revoke that request when her party was looking to replace her with Nora 2.0, who was chosen because she's a fake hero who's actually impeded solutions on the sewage crisis? Tara's Superfund scam is just like Paloma's mentor, Serge's managed retreat racket. It's all about eminent domain. They don't care about stopping Mexico's sewage. It's a study cash cow to profit off of. At the end, excuse-filled Paloma finally admitted she doesn't even want a solution.
I am not supportive of looking to Mexico and seeing if Mexico sets aside funding to wastewater infrastructure mitigation on their side.
not interested. And here's the study the county already did with the Chamber of Commerce. Quote, 74% of local businesses have been negatively impacted. 30% have laid off staff. 50% have lost more than $100,000. Imperial Beach has experienced $1 to $1.5 million in property tax damage, and loss for tourism is over $500,000 annually, end quote. Sanction Mexico or you're a phony. There's only treatment plants because Mexico pollutes. End of story.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
Hi again, my name is Tiffany Curry, and I'm speaking on behalf of Outdoor Outreach and the Tijuana River Coalition. Right now, you're right, we don't have the full picture of what is in the soil and the sediment of the Tijuana River Valley. That uncertainty is a barrier for public health, restoration projects, and safe access to open spaces. Without this information, families and community members are left in the dark about risks that they face every single day. The state has an opportunity to fund this 2-year contamination study, an investment that will give us science and data that we need to protect people and guide long-term cleanup, and provide support to the Regional Water Board, who has long needed additional capacity to address this crisis. By supporting the study, California can fill the gap left by the U.S. EPA and move towards a comprehensive solution. This work will provide the scientific evidence needed to justify designation, I know shouldn't need that, and turn stalled crisis into an effective roadmap for action. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the final caller.
Hello, my name is Charles Riley, and I'm a proud organizer for the San Diego chapter of the Sierra Club, representing 13,000 members, speaking in support of item 15. For far too long, our communities have been forced to live with the devastating consequences of the Tijuana River pollution crisis. Families in the South Bay and beyond are breathing contaminated air, seeing beaches closed, and facing health risks every single day. This is truly unacceptable. The Sierra Club is dedicating to supporting any and all methods to clean up this crisis. That includes demanding a comprehensive contamination analysis. Without a complete picture of what's in the air, water, soil, and sediment, we cannot hold federal agencies accountable or unlock the resources we need to finally fix this. In recent years, the sewage issue has become both an environmental and public health crisis. Recent studies demonstrate how impacted communities are physically and mentally suffering. Local economies along the border are also impacted due to beach closures. A recent county preliminary impact study indicated 74% of local businesses continue to be negatively impacted by this. The Sierra Club will not stop.
Thank you. And Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, Supervisor Desmond.
I had a quick question first. We're asking for $1.4 million from the State Water Resource Control Board. What's the total cost of this proposed study? Is it the 1.4, or is that pay for it, or we got to put more money into it?
We hope that will cover the whole cost, so that's the request, but they haven't given us a full estimate. First, we need the funding to then do a full scoping, but that's the estimate we received.
Okay, so we don't know. All right, so it could be more, but I guess we can afford a $1.4 million study.
Well, it's also not our money.
I know, and you're right. I guess, yeah, if we get it from the state. So, I'm all for cleaning up the river valley, and when I saw another study, it's like, oh, come on. But, if we're getting it from the State Resource Board and they're willing to, pay up, and this is a 2-year-long study. Like you mentioned, we all know what the problem is. Mexico's dumping raw sewage and industrial waste into our country. I guess we just have to be able to define that industrial waste, or find it, or find more of it, or whatever, to get the Superfund dollars or Superfund attention. And I get it, the whole point of conducting the sediment analysis is to compel the EPA to designate the valley a Superfund site so we can have resources and assurances to clean up. But I do want to say, though, that the EPA has, under the current President Trump administration, they've done a lot more recently to address this problem, and in my mind, to hold Mexico accountable more than any other EPA I can remember. But in just the last 100 days, they've completed a 10 million gallon per day expansion to the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant. So it was 25 million a day that plant could handle. Now it's 35 million a day. Administrator Zeldin also signed a new comprehensive MOU with Mexico aiming to fully stop the cross-border pollution and completing all infrastructure projects by December 31st of 2027, which is aggressive, but at least we've got that agreement. So I know we're looking for to compel the EPA to act, and I'll support advocating for the 1.4 million. But I have to say that I think the EPA thus far in this administration has done a great job. We need more infrastructure in Mexico, not more studies on our side of the border, although I'll support this with the state money. But we need to stop the flow of sewage in the Tijuana River entering into the U.S. That's what we got to stop. And so we got to make sure we continue in that effort alongside this study, not in lieu of it. So thank you. I'll support the article.
Thank you. Supervisor Geary?
Thank you, and thank you for the support, Supervisor Desmond. I just want to add that, yes, we appreciate the efforts from the EPA and the commitment that they've reached with Mexico to address all of these, source pollution by 2027. I just want to remind us that the treatment plants, unfortunately, the ones that are being expanded, are not going to treat any of the industrial waste that's flowing through the river. That's the source of all of this, right? And, we talk about accountability. We know that it's a lot of the assembly plants that are discharging, hexavalent chromium and really bad heavy metals and other types of pollutants into the waterway. And these companies are both U.S. and Mexico owned, right? So while we achieve that, goal of reducing that, I just want to add that I mentioned this during the last ANDAG meeting. There's an opportunity to collect part of the toll road, the commercial toll road fee for East Otay, and that is something that I will continue to push through the SANDAG, because we're charging commercial freight when they come across the border using this new toll road. Why not use that funding to go to wastewater mitigation on our side? There was conversation about having Mexico use part of the toll road and improve their own infrastructure. Nobody's against that. We all want Mexico to do a lot more, absolutely. But at the end of the day, where we have control is on our side. And I think there's a real opportunity there to explore that option at SANDAG. I just wanted to mention that because that truly would address what would be coming through the river. But just coming back to this item, I think that I also heard some of the commenters say, well, there's enough studies and there's been way more studies. There actually hasn't been a comprehensive soil study in the Tijuana River Valley, believe it or not. Perfect example is when our petition was rejected, they had used one sample that they took back in 2014. There hasn't been a comprehensive of all these different types of pollutants assessment of what's in there. That's why we need this. We need this, and it's, to somebody else's point, it's not our money, it's the state's money. So I think there's a real opportunity for us to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to take a moment. I hear broad support, so I don't think we need to belabor this, but I think it is helpful to just kind of reiterate that there's an epidemiological study that's looking at health impacts that my colleague and I are moving forward with the authorization of this board, and we'll be reporting back for authorization to implement that, but we're in the process of designing that. That's the epidemiological study. There is a other study that looks at economic impacts, and this is one about contamination impacts of the soil that looks at like heavy metals, toxins like hexavalent chromium. They all lead to different pathways for relief. So I think that is the key piece of the puzzle we need to keep in mind. So for example, if we want to get Superfund designation, which is one of our best paths to essentially getting support and financial remuneration from the polluters in Mexico, it is the Superfund site designation pathway, and that does require evidence of the heavy metals. They can't rely on an epidemiological study. So these all lead to different pathways for relief based on what it is that we're identifying as the problem. I just wanted to uplift that because I think all of these are important. We have to continue on all these pathways. I also am incredibly frustrated. I understand why it's like, oh my God, another study, but just wanted to put that into people's understanding of why we have to continue on, chasing all these different pathways. I also think it's important to both acknowledge the huge progress that's have been made with the Tijuana sewage treatment plant that is being fixed on our side of the border, but also the fact that there's no treatment on all the industrial waste that's flowing into the river. So that's sort of, again, we're doing, something's going well and something's not going well. These are different parts of the same problem. So I think this is not right. It's not just. I'm glad that we have unity on this board to fight for it, but we can't expect that there's going to be a single silver bullet for a problem that has festered forever, and it's polluting our air, it's polluting our soil, it's polluting our water, and you know, we need to be looking at all the different possible avenues for relief. So we have a motion and a second, so if we don't see any further comments, we can call the vote.
Chair Lawson Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you so much. So I think item 16 is pulled. Item 17 is establishing, what?
Do you need to take public comment on
Oh, apologies. Although item 16 is pulled, can we take it at the end? Okay, item 16 is pulled, but we will do public comment at the end on item 16. So we'll go on to item 17 now. This is establishing a county artificial intelligence policy framework and governance structure to safeguard transparency, equity, and accountability in AI use. We have a presentation for the county team, but this was originally an item that came from my colleague, Supervisor Anderson. So Supervisor Anderson, if you have any introductory remarks, or you're welcome to wait. So we will start with the presentation from the county team, and then we can hear from the board and have public comment. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Chair Lawson Remer and members of the board. I appreciate the time granted to share this presentation. My name is Eric Shiasugu. I'm the Acting Chief Information Officer for the county, and I'm here today to present on the request before you to adopt an artificial intelligence policy and governance framework for our enterprise. On June 4th, 2024, the Board of Supervisors established an ad hoc subcommittee focused on artificial intelligence and information technology. Since then, the subcommittee met multiple times and heard presentations from key organizations and subject matter experts regarding artificial intelligence in the workforce. This foundational information led to the board's April 8th action, where the CEO was directed to develop an AI governance framework. Since then, the County Technology Office drafted the governance framework and solicited input from organizations, which leads to today, where I present the information from the board's consideration to adopt an AI policy and receive the AI framework, which I'll go into more details next. To establish and support a governance framework, the county created an AI Bill of Rights to protect the individual rights. Board Policy A140 to establish responsible AI principles, management requirements, and the governance framework for safe and responsible use. To conduct proper due diligence and ensure the county's approach aligned with the needs of our community and stakeholders, including our employees, the county engaged in various stakeholders to gather feedback and share information. Staff met with employees, associations, external organizations, and other community groups to ask for input. During this time, staff also received input from IT vendors with vested interest in continuing to do business with the county, as artificial intelligence is becoming a standard feature in nearly all products. We're committed to continued engagement with all interested and impacted stakeholders as technology continues to evolve. This is not a one-and-done engagement effort. The policy and framework presented to the board today reflects the direction provided on April 8th. The county's artificial intelligence Bill of Rights, included as an attachment to the proposed board policy, is an adapted version of the 2022 White House blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights. Key elements of the AI Bill of Rights that aim to protect the public include safe and effective systems, discrimination protections, data privacy, notice and explanation, and human alternative considerations and fallback. The proposed AI policy before the board as Board Policy A140 is focused on responsible and safe use of artificial intelligence. It addresses artificial intelligence, including generative AI and automated decision systems. The AI policy provides guidance and information for county staff and representatives to use AI responsibly with safeguards in place to prevent misuse or overreach that could compromise individual privacy. It emphasizes the importance of keeping county workers involved in the decision-making process and ensuring human oversight remains central. The policy outlines clear roles and responsibilities, approaches to risk management, security protocols, and identifies prohibited uses. In addition to the AI Bill of Rights and AI policy, the board directed the development of a comprehensive suite of governance documents. The governance framework documents outlines the various components, including workforce education and training plan, procurement guidelines, security checklists, risk management framework, and an incident response plan. The workforce education and training plan details the key topics to be communicated and trained as the county implements the AI technologies. The AI procurement guidelines and security checklists serve as a standardized tool to be incorporated into competitive procurements, making it easy to evaluate vendor proposals that include AI. The risk management framework and incident response plan identify potential risks associated to AI that specify strategies to mitigate them. Similar to security protocols, AI is continuously evolving, requiring ongoing vigilance to monitor emerging trends and prevent the expansion of risk. The recommendation before the board today are to adopt the AI board policy A140 with the AI Bill of Rights and receive governance framework documents, workplace education and training plan, procurement guidelines, security checklist, risk management framework, and incident response plan. Receiving the governance framework will allow the County Technology Office to continue to make updates to the framework as the new technology and risks emerge in this ever-changing field. If adopted, the County Technology Office will collaborate across the enterprise to ensure a safe and responsible rollouts of any AI tools in compliance with the board policy, Bill of Rights, and governance framework. Subject to your questions, this concludes the staff presentation.
Okay, Supervisor Anderson, would you like to make any comments now, or should we go to public comment?
I will just make some brief comments. One, I want to thank staff for their hard work. You know, we put a lot of effort in all the hearings that we went through, and you know, an item of this magnitude requires building a coalition that everybody can believe in, and I'm really happy with the process. I want to thank all the staff for their great work, and I think that we got a consensus product here that's going to benefit all our employees, but most importantly, benefit our constituents. With that, I'm good to go public comment, and it's a motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Anderson. I'm happy to second, and we can go ahead and have public comment.
Thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 12 requests to speak on this item, 5 in person and 7 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we did not receive any e-comments on this item. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak. You have 1 minute to address the board, and I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, allegedly Audra, Scarlett, Gorola, and Mark. And they'll be followed by John Brady and Alexandria Harris. So if I've called your name, please come forward.
My person uses the name Audra. Here we go, opening Pandora's box, because once you guys let this loose, so you're not going to be able to reel it in. We already have Palantir in San Diego. It's been here for quite some time. And, you know, when we're trying to mix that with AI, we're going to have a digital prison that nobody's going to be able to get out of. And it's funny because you guys act like, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican. You guys are all pushing the same thing. Look at Israel. I mean, you can't even, like a rat can't even go around without being shot by a machine gun, right? And then we got China, these things to look at and see what it looks like when AI and, mass surveillance take over a community and really keep the people out from being able to do what they need to do. And it's funny because this is going to replace your employees. In fact, I don't understand why you guys are here. Why can't we just replace you with AI? I'm just wondering, right? And AI is going to be the one that brings in the Antichrist. So it's exciting, right? Good times ahead.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Alexandria Harris. I'm a proud SEIU Local 221 union member and a county employee. I've been working with the county for 11 years. As a human service specialist, I serve the public by interviewing customers, collecting information, and determining eligibility for public assistance. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this topic and to attend the meet and confer, which discussed the importance of having AI implemented because of its various benefits, but also recognizing its flaws and the need to continue to have workers which provide the human touch to further analyze and assist members of the public during their most challenging times. As a human service specialist, I'm not only able to compare to program as AI can, but I can truly listen and empathize and understand to ensure the customers obtain their correct assistance that they're entitled to. Serving the public is the most efficient way. Serving the public is the most efficient way is top priority, and there's no better way to have that clear interaction than to keep staff involvement along AI. We urge you to vote.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. And a final call for Scarlett Garola and John Brady.
These are YouTube titles.
And please state your name.
How it is now.
Mark.
So if you have this concept of a drop-in employee, you have free labor, physical and cognitive, trillions of dollars of it. It makes no sense to hire humans for most jobs. If I can just get, a $20 subscription or a free model to do what an employee does, first, anything on a computer will be automated. And next, I think humanoid robots are maybe 5 years behind. So in 5 years, all the physical labor can also be automated. That's how it is now. So if you have this concept, but if they truly understand the argument, they understand that you will be dead. No amount of money will be useful to you.
Okay.
That incentive switch.
I don't have time. Here's some videos you guys need to check out. This is going to take, experts have said in AI, have said 2 years from now, 2.5 years, the white-collar jobs will be gone. In 2-3 years after that, they will have robot plumbers. We've got to all get together and stop this. It's okay to help us, to replace us. It'll destroy America.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Okay, how cute. Consuelo here. Okay, so AI Bill of Rights. Okay, AI didn't appear overnight. It was built, funded, and unleashed by the same institutions now pretending to protect us from it. AI can be a tool for good, to heal, to teach, to free people from drudgery, but it's already being weaponized for mass surveillance, manipulation, censorship, and control. It's writing laws, grading citizens, and erasing privacy. This is a slippery slope. If you're serious about the AI Bill of Rights, then make it about our rights, not about your power. So no secret backdoors, no corporate loopholes, no trust us clauses. The people see what's happening. We don't need more buzzwords or committees. We need transparency, accountability.
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
Although AI can be great for pinpointing and analyzing facts, but it makes mistakes like everyone else. As for telling people what to do, it has no conscience and can and has been manipulated to disastrous effect. Remember, when AI goes berserk, no amount of documents can get it back under control. When Bedrick survived privacy from AI because it doesn't have a conscience. Deception is a social art as much as technical feat. The AI systems master it by predicting which stories and fables we're willing to believe. The best and safest policy is not to use it. Do you really want one more error at the risk of it messing up the lives of people who are already suffering and could be made worse if AI info is wrong? Would you?
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
Hi, this is Lily Urani, and I'm calling from the UC San Diego Labor Center. And I just wanted to congratulate and thank the staff and the supervisors for a very collaborative process, and SEIU 221 for their involvement. And those who are calling in from the public should be happy to know that this policy means that a real human worker who lives where you live will always have a right to override AI decisions. You will always have the right to opt out of an AI decision, and there'll be public notice of AI and surveillance systems and annual reports thereafter so that we can have more transparency and accountability. But we want to note that these policies do not apply to the assessor or the county sheriff, and as workers have come under attack by intensified federal immigration enforcement, there are important AI and surveillance technologies under the purview of these other offices and agencies. So we encourage you to vote yes for this policy, and also to expand the concern to other agencies in the county. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller.
It's truth when the item references external stakeholders, when County Council clown David Joshua Smith was the one who introduced this garbage, and when one of the supervisors who approved this faulty framework vacated, we know nothing good is in store. There can be no public trust in inanimate objects and computer programs running government operations. There can be no rights ensured via inanimate objects and computer programs. The procurement guidelines number 4 says all it takes is a waiver from the county tech office to sell county data or use it for any purpose. Who takes responsibility? How would the public know if a waiver was given? The so-called AI Bill of Rights says residents and employees should not face bias or inequity due to automated systems, but it does not say will not or shall not. What's the standard for how justification for when AI is provided? Is it an email? The equity impact statement admits AI could exacerbate existing inequalities. If it's that dangerous, why not wait for federal guidelines and standards? AI is a tactic to lay off hundreds of county workers, replacing them with software programs. So much for your union dues. You're going to lose them for all the people you've supported. Great job.
Thank you. We have one more caller in the queue.
AI. Why? I mean, so that you could just pass off the blame and all that stuff. I have no idea. See, here's the deal, you guys. We have a standard rejection rate in the elections. We could go ahead and use AI to check out their signatures, but if we actually do that, we would reject a lot more signatures. Is that correct? We would not have a standard rejection rate? Possible. But you guys love fraud. You love trying to skirt the system any way possible. I mean, that's why Tara's willing to go to jail to protect voter fraud. I don't understand why. It's not that hard to do an investigation unless if she herself committed voter fraud. I mean, I understand she knows it's happening and that she's protecting the people.
For the record, that speaker was Gambler Hermes. And Chair Lawson-Reba, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, Supervisor Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp.
I will start by thanking Supervisor Anderson for your leadership on this issue, and also thanking Eric and your team for the thoughtful input that went into refining this policy after it was continued last month, and thank you for working with my staff as well. This revised policy is more than a broad statement of values. It provides real guardrails against automated decision systems by giving county staff the right to override decisions made by algorithms. This will ensure that critical decisions affecting people's lives cannot happen without transparency, accountability, and human oversight. This revised policy also makes substantial improvements in protecting the public from surveillance and real-time tracking. At a time when many are deeply concerned, and rightfully so, about how technology can be weaponized against our communities, it is important to highlight these safeguards that the county is putting in place. So I'm happy to support this item today, and thank you again.
Okay, thank you very much, Supervisor Chair Pro Tem Geary.
Thank you. I also want to thank my colleague Supervisor Anderson for bringing this forward and county staff for their work. I just have a couple of questions. I may have missed it in the presentation, but I don't think they were in there. Do we know if the board will be receiving regular updates on the implementation of the policy?
Yeah, Chair Pro Tem Aguirre, through the chair. Yes, they will get updates. It's still part of the subcommittee as we have to report back on some of the other stuff. And the annual report is also a part of the policy.
Great. And will there be a formal process for gathering public input? Would that be, I guess, the situation there when we give the updates? We would have that open to the public so that they can express their comments and views?
Yes, so we will be posting stuff on our website, and then we're working on the feedback response still, like how that response will be. But yes, and we also talked about feedback through the board, and then it would make sure it gets back to us. And then the Contact Us site, where we'll have an AI point of contact they can respond to, and our office will funnel that and make sure we receive it and respond.
That's great to hear, because this is obviously an ever-evolving technology, so we just want to make sure that there's robust feedback as we develop and polish those policies moving forward. I will be voting in support of the item, and I just want to, for the record, I want us to ensure that options are available for human touch, and so that we can make sure that our residents are navigating disputes as well as protecting data privacy and all of those good things that we need to make sure are protected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion on the floor and a second. Seeing no more further requests for comment, please vote.
Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, item 18. We now move on to discussion. Item 18, receive the probation workload study final report. I know staff has a presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Lawson-Remer and members of the board. On February 27, 2024, the board directed the Probation Department to conduct an impartial departmental review of staff workloads by an independent consultant with no previous working relationship with the department, and to collaborate with key managers, line personnel, and labor leaders as part of this process. Upon completion of the study, the board requested that Probation return with the final report and share any key findings. Veterans United Solutions was selected through a competitive procurement process. The firm began their work on the report on October 16, 2024, and concluded the report on April 30, 2025. Within this time frame, Probation provided 2 interim updates to the board regarding initial engagement and stakeholder outreach, as well as some of the anticipated focuses of the final report, which is before the board today. I'll now turn the presentation over to Chief Tamika Nelson, who will provide an overview of the workload study.
Thank you, Andrew. During the initiation of this study, the Probation Department was experiencing a combination of operational and workforce challenges, including difficulty recruiting and retaining qualified staff, evolving workload demands, and increased reliance on overtime to maintain service levels. These factors, along with the high-stress nature of probation work, raise concerns about the long-term sustainability of staffing models and the potential impact on staff wellness and service delivery. This study was initiated by the board to assess and understand current probation staff workloads, case management, and overtime within the department. The report had 2 main objectives: 1, organizational alignment, and 2, sustainable evaluation. Organizational alignment was assessed with the goal of optimizing staffing resources to ensure appropriate caseloads, reduce reducing or eliminating mandatory overtime, maximizing operational efficiency, and fostering a culture aligned with the vision of creating safer communities through restoration and rehabilitation. Sustainable evaluation was assessed with the goals to identify areas for improvement, streamline processes to reduce redundancy, and examine core services and staff workloads in alignment with the department's mission. I will now turn the presentation over to Brandon Abril, Deputy Chief Probation Officer, who will provide an overview of the study's evaluation process, key findings and recommendations, and department strengths.
Thank you, Chief Nelson. VUS applied a mixed methods evaluation approach combining qualitative and quantitative research methods. The qualitative research included interviews with department leaders, managers, line personnel, labor organizations, including the San Diego County Probation Officers Association, the Supervising Probation Officers Association, and observation from facility visits. The quantitative component included an evaluation of annual reports, organizational charts, caseload data, institutional staffing data, and overtime data. VUS also conducted a comparative analysis of other probation agencies, highlighting both strengths and opportunities. The key findings and recommendations from VUS were to refine scheduling practices and establish overtime constraints to support operational efficiency and staff wellness, continue to assess operational complexities and staffing needs of 24/7 juvenile facilities beyond the Title 15 minimum standards, define minimum requirements for adult and juvenile investigative reporting in collaboration with the court. VUS identified opportunities to streamline and standardize report content to improve consistency and reduce staff workload. Additionally, VUS recommended to continue to address staff shortages through recruitment and retention strategies with a focus on wellness, workload balance, and professional support, and to improve data collection to enhance reporting and support the implementation of a sustainable evaluation model. Lastly, VUS suggested that the department move towards getting advance approval of overtime by the Deputy Chief Probation Officers or Division Chiefs, update departmental organizational charts, and expand training opportunities for staff. Department strengths as assessed by VUS highlighted that probation's workforce is professional, dedicated, and highly skilled. There's a strong alignment between the department's mission and its day-to-day practices. The department takes a proactive approach to meeting court needs. Additionally, VUS identified leadership is committed to mitigating overtime by adjusting staffing models and reducing overtime pressures through targeted recruitment, smarter scheduling, and staff wellness initiatives. Lastly, a key strength of the department is its strong focus on restorative justice and rehabilitation, demonstrated through client-based programs that emphasize accountability, healing, and long-term success. I will now turn the presentation back to Chief Nelson to go over input we received from our labor partners.
Thank you, Brandon. The Probation Officers Association expressed appreciation for the independent staffing study, noting that many of its conclusions align with observations shared over the years through labor management discussions. They acknowledge probation's efforts to address staffing needs and agree that opportunities remain to further optimize resources. POA suggested refining workload tracking systems, making sure organizational charts accurately reflect assignments, and continuing to evaluate scheduling and staffing models, particularly in juvenile institutions. The Supervising Probation Officers Association highlighted that San Diego County's pre-sentence reports are regarded statewide as a model and described ongoing collaboration with the courts to streamline referrals and reduce unnecessary reports. They also noted staffing imbalances between the Youth Transition Campus and the East Mesa Juvenile Detention Facility relative to relief factor models and recommended factoring in specialized supervision needs. Both associations emphasize that accurate workload tracking, equitable resource allocation, and targeted staffing adjustments are essential to improving efficiency, reducing overtime, and promoting employee well-being. Their perspectives provided valuable operational context for interpreting the study's findings and future actions by the Probation Department that we can take. Since the initiation of this study, Probation has made significant strides in recruitment, launching innovative campaigns and expanding incentives to attract qualified candidates. To build on this momentum, focus has been expanded to include strategies that support retention and promote overall staff well-being. In parallel with this evaluation, probation has taken steps to address key operational pressures identified in the study, such as reviewing institutional staffing models and maintaining efforts to exceed Title 15 minimum standards. Our department assessed that as of the end of fiscal year 24-25, overall overtime hours declined by 21% compared to the prior year. Probation also maintains strong case management and workload reporting practices that support ongoing workload evaluation. We recognize that a healthy, resilient workforce will be essential to high-quality service delivery and safer communities. As you've seen, the department has already taken significant steps to address the operational pressures surfaced in the study, ranging from staffing model reviews and overtime reductions to expand recruitment and refine workload tracking. These actions lay a strong foundation, but they are part of a larger continuous effort. Looking ahead, we continue our work to prioritize the study's recommendations, department insights, and what's needed to support long-term success. We'll continue building on the department's strong internal practices by expanding how we evaluate progress and plan for the future. That includes developing clearer ways to measure impacts over time and using available workload insights to support thoughtful planning and resource forecasting. We're also taking a closer look at how we're structured, making sure staffing approaches are responsive to current needs and identifying where small adjustments could help improve efficiency and support staff wellness. This includes regularly reviewing how resources are allocated and where refinements may be helpful. And finally, we're focused on strengthening collaboration across the department. That means supporting a culture of shared responsibility, encouraging alignment across divisions, and maintaining ongoing dialogue with our labor partners as we move forward together. These areas will shape our internal planning going forward and will help guide decisions that support a healthy, effective workforce and ultimately better outcomes for the communities that we serve. I will now turn the presentation back to Andrew.
And thank you, Chief. Today's recommendation is to receive the workload study consultation services final report prepared by Veterans United Solutions. And Chair Lawson-Remer, this concludes our presentation, and the team is available for questions.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead to public comment. And actually, I think what would be helpful before we move to public comment is anyone from, is the president of the POA here, probation officers? Okay, Jennifer. Just wanted to call you up and see if anyone had any questions, because I know this study was conducted in partnership with you all.
Yes, ma'am.
And it was obviously directly about some of the issues that you face every single day in the workforce. If any of my colleagues have any questions. Okay, just for Jennifer in particular.
And I did prepare a brief statement.
Why don't we go ahead and see if the board has any questions?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, Supervisor Montgomery-Stepp would like to listen to your statement.
Thank you. Chair Lawson-Remer and members of the board, good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Fox, president of the San Diego County Probation Officers Association. I want to first thank all of you for your continued support through the completion of this study. Our goal in pursuing this study was to provide the department with clear, data-driven understanding of the volume and the nature of the work so that they can determine whether current staffing levels are sufficient to meet performance goals and also improve employee well-being. What the data confirms is something our officers have been living with for years. Officers have endured relentless mandatory overtime, been subjected to schedules that compromise their health and well-being, and have operated under consistent pressure and scrutiny. This environment is not sustainable. The toll it takes is clear: rising stress levels, plummeting morale, and an alarming rate of burnout and attrition. Officers are being injured, they're exhausted, and many are growing disillusioned with a career they once found full of promise. What's most troubling is the ongoing attempt to downplay the severity of this situation. To suggest this is anything less than a crisis is not only misleading, it's insulting. While the department reported a 21% reduction in overtime for the 24-25 fiscal year, context is important. In the year prior to this, nearly every frontline officer was on some form of mandatory overtime. Currently, it only remains half. But with that context, this reduction appears somewhat underwhelming at best. In addition to mandatory overtime, our officers in our institutions are subject to direct orders. Direct orders are meant as a last resort emergency tool, and they have now become routine. Last weekend, nearly half the officers on late night shifts were ordered to stay for an additional shift. This is not an emergency measure anymore. This has become standard practice. One example, this morning I spoke with an officer from one of our facilities, and his very first words to me was, "My family is irrelevant." Think about that. In just 48 hours, he managed to sleep for 2. He missed time with his children. His spouse had to rearrange her job schedule to meet the department's needs. This is not sacrifice. This is exploitation. It doesn't stop in our institutions. As indicated in the report before you, our officers in the field who are responsible for supervising clients and connecting them to resources and are working above capacity as well. While I understand this presentation is about the study, our association's own annual wellness survey lays bare what it may feel like to be one of our members. 82% report that the department does not support their overall well-being. 78% report that they do not consider the department a positive place to work. 70% feel that their workload prevents them pursuing outside interests. This is a workforce on edge, but we're not here just simply to raise concerns. We are here for a call for action. The association has thoughtful and realistic solutions that offer a path forward. With your support, we can begin to create real change. First, we ask that we re-implement the 12-hour schedule in our institutions. Officers overwhelmingly support this because it provides for meaningful rest and a true work-life balance. We believe that this schedule will lessen overtime demands. Second, conduct a real and honest evaluation of institutional staffing needs. If nearly every shift requires overtime, even when we're fully staffed, then maybe we're not properly staffed. To run our facilities the way they are intended and to offer the rehabilitative programs and services that are needed, additional staffing resources are paramount. And third, we must address retention. Yes, the department has made strides in recruitment, but hiring people to lose them at alarming rates is not success. In fact, more than 20% of the officers hired in the first 6 months of this year are already gone. High turnover rates threaten safety, undermine morale, and erode the effectiveness of everything we do. These solutions are not radical, they're realistic. What's radical is the idea that we can continue to keep doing what we've been doing and expect different results. What's radical is allowing another day to pass without change. Another day, officers are pushed beyond their limits. Another day of families sacrificed, and another day close to collapse. With your support, I hope we can stabilize, protect our officers, and restore the integrity, our mission to serve this community with strength and purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for my colleagues?
I do have what I hope to be a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to piece together everything, and we'll ask the chief to chime in if necessary too. What you stated about being on an 8-hour shift and then being called to work another shift while you're working that 8-hour shift.
Yes.
So there's not an expectation that, there's not an original expectation that you'd be working those longer hours?
No, you go to work for your 8-hour shift expecting to leave at a certain time and then usually find out a few hours beforehand that that's not the case.
Okay.
So you must make child care arrangements, transportation, all of those things, sometimes in the middle of the night.
Okay, okay. And so the proposal of going back to the 12-hour shifts, you are saying would alleviate some of that?
Yes,
or?
a lot of the issues with direct orders are admittedly due to officers calling out sick. They're calling out sick because they're burnt out, they're tired, they're working extra hours and they need a break. So when officers call out sick, it leaves a sudden void that needs to be filled. It has to be filled. And so it's kind of this vicious cycle that we're in where people are calling out sick because they're burnt out, and then other people are having to be direct ordered and they become burnt out and then they call in sick.
Yeah.
And it really just needs to stop because that's not the intention of a direct order.
I know we talked about this a little bit before,
Yes.
but I just wanted to get clarity. And Chief Nelson, I certainly want to bring you in because I know we've also talked about kind of that change in budgetary constraints and all of those other things. I don't know if you have observed anything similar or different about that, going back to the 8-hour shifts as opposed to the 12-hour.
Thank you, Supervisor Vice Chair, through the chair. I'm unclear on your question.
Oh, no, I'm just asking for any feedback on that proposed change from the POA or proposed solution around going back to the 12-hour shifts as opposed to the 8-hour shifts. I know we've talked about going to the 8-hour shifts because of budgetary constraints, I think, and just trying to create a better system, right? I think that certainly was the intent. And I'm not saying that's not happening. I just wanted to know if you had any feedback.
Just around discussions around 8 hours versus 12 hours, in discussions between the probation department and also leadership with POA, and I'll say prior to this presidency, we worked with POA and SPOA as part of a work group, so we were all trying to come up with solutions on scheduling. We were also trying to look at solutions at what best represented basically the value to staff. And so with that, in those discussions, a lot of issues came up, pros and cons on both sides. So, Ms. Fox is correct in her representation of, people calling sick. That was occurring on 12 hours, that occurs on 8 hours. As far as that, we still are open to those discussions and participating in a work group. We welcome that because we believe in the collaboration. As far as budgetary constraints, yes, because with 8 hours, it requires less staffing than a 12-hour shift, and that goes into shift relief factors and models. Certainly in this study, they discussed different type of models for staffing, but they did not say this is the specific one that can solve it. In regards to overtime, when you operate a 24-hour facility, even if without, let's say we don't have any vacancies or anything, when you operate a 24-hour facility, because of the mandates that you must fulfill, if someone calls in sick, somebody does get held over. And it's because we are required to provide a certain level of care for the youth in our custody. If we go below that, then other factors, we can be at risk as a county. Because we're not meeting the minimum needs or either based off Title 15 or our PREA ratios. So we do. As far as direct orders, yes, if again, agreeing with Ms. Fox, you do not know if you'll need a staff unless you get the call saying I'm sick, and then you have to hold somebody over or request volunteers who would like to stay for overtime. So that's something that can't be avoided. Again, if we had all the staffing, we would still have overtime. It's just the nature of operating a 24-hour facility, which you have to provide care of others.
Okay, thank you. I just want to express that I'm open to exploring these solutions to relieve the officers of what is a lot of stress, especially because I know I'll be demanding I'm demanding quite a bit, right? And so I think that it can be still a robust and helpful and positive conversation, but I certainly want to explore the solutions that you all have been working on to relieve a lot of that. Statement, I think we can evaluate this later, but I'm also very, very interested in what we consider an adequate number of staff, especially with a lot of the changes that the department has seen and the industry has seen over the last 5 to 10 years, whether we're looking at some of we're placing these older numbers on a newer system, or what I'm assuming that's probably what it is, but there may be other factors that I would like to just look into to make sure that we are being more accurate, I think, about what the work entails and what the staff numbers should be to show a healthy department, so that we are dealing with all of the overtime issues, the compliance issues, I certainly want to be able to take a kind of a bird's eye view at all of that. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a couple comments as well, sort of building on that. I think what I want to better understand is what was helpful in the report, or at least I'd say promising, was the declining vacancy rates. I think that was great. And we know, Tamika, you have made just incredible aggressive progress in that regard, so and it obviously shows, so thank you. But we also do have, continue to have pretty significant overtime rates, and we know that the wellness kind of impacts on our probation officers continues to be like really profound. So I'm really interested in better understanding sort of that tension, right? Like how is it that we're at adequate or nearly adequate staffing levels, but we still have like astronomical overtime rates? There's something not adding up. And I don't know whether I know you've proposed and PO has proposed moving from 8 to 12. I know we've had some good discussions about why that would be challenging, but obviously the core issue is the overtime. Like that's the core problem. And I am really interested in like, what are the solutions to overtime? Is it moving from 8 back to 12? Is it, do we need to redefine adequate staffing levels? So, one of the things that struck me was, okay, if our vacancy rates are low and we're always anticipating that people get sick and call out, I don't know, should we staff a little extra because we assume that someone will call out so that we don't have to plan on having overtime? I'm not proposing that, I'm not the expert, right? But it does seem like if you can predictively model that 1 in 20 people will call out, would you want to overstaff by 1 in 20 so that you don't have to call in for overtime? If we can anticipate that that's generally what happens. Doesn't mean you'll never have overtime, right? Because you'll probably err on the side of slightly, you don't want people standing around. But it seems like that could be a strategy to reduce overtime, is if we staffed more appropriately. I don't know, but I think that was what hit me in this report, that we've made a huge amount of progress on the vacancy rates, which is amazing. But that what I've been hearing from our probation officers was validated by the report's representation that overtime does remain a problem. So I'm not so clear on what the solution is per se, but I am clear we have a problem, and the problem is not necessarily 8 or 12 hours. The problem is overtime. And so I am interested to hear from the public, but I'm also really interested in, maybe after we hear from the public comment, of a process to kind of collaborate, potentially kind of continue this collaborative effort to come up with a strategy or set of options and strategic options of how we could tackle this overtime problem, because that's what really hit me. So I guess maybe a reaction from Chief Nelson and a reaction from Jennifer before we go to public comment. Go ahead.
I'm sorry?
If you had a reaction to my comments or my thoughts.
Oh, yes. I think that you're kind of right on there. How can we have low vacancy rates and still continue to have overtime? People are going to be sick. Why is this not something that's being taken into account? I do think there's probably multi-layers there. I think if we look at our overtime, the fact is the direct orders, right now, are way higher than they were a year ago. So not only am I concerned that the problem's getting, it's persistent, but is it getting worse? I think our officers are getting tired of volunteering. So we're seeing a lot more people having to be mandated in direct order to fill in this gap, which goes to the stress and burnout that I was speaking on. But I do wonder if it doesn't seem logical to me that our institutions are on paper fully staffed, and yet particularly at East Mesa, we're seeing overtime. I mean, we get text messages multi-times a day on the whole department on the fact that they need officers for, multiple shifts every single day. I do think that that's probably something that should be looked at, probably should have been looked at, because this isn't a problem that just started, a year ago. This has been going on for a while. And the change from 8 to 12 does not seem to have any kind of positive impact on our officers. I don't know, what numbers look like, but I can tell you from a wellness standpoint, our officers don't appreciate not ever having a weekend day off. So at least with the 12-hour schedule, there was some predictability in their life where they knew that these were going to be my days off and that every other weekend I would be able to spend time with my family. Now, that's not possible. Requesting vacation time, not possible. It's not available. So if I need a day off, I'm kind of only stuck with one option, and that's calling out sick. And we need to provide them a better path, because we can't function that way.
I just would love to hear from Chief Nelson.
Thank you, Chair. You're exactly right. There's multi-level variables, and that contribute to that. And so, when we talked about this discussion, one, I just want to thank you and the rest of the board for commending the decline in our vacancy rate. But because of that vacancy rate, in the discussions with the work group prior, when we were talking about the schedule change, we did know that we were going to feel the pain of that for quite some time, because we were climbing out of a vacancy rate. So there are multiple variables contributing to the overtime, including training of staff. It's not just sick calls and covering for that. What Ms. Fox is referencing, saying that you're seeing more direct orders from institutions, that's because field officers are no longer doing overtime in the facilities. That ended in September 2024. So that overtime is not being spread all across the department, because we have filled the vacancies in the institutions, but with that, we are still amidst the training portion of that and what goes on with hiring new staff, making sure that staff continue to receive the training that they're required, and also implementing all of the things that we're moving towards and continue to build in our department towards how we service our youth and young people. So I do think there's an opportunity here to study some of those factors and what is including, but beyond the study, to provide some solutions. So things that you suggested, I totally agree with, but I would want to have something that's accurate and solid, that is clear on what that would be. But we would have to look at what that looks like overall, and impacts not only to our staff, our staffing wellness, and other constraints that we may be under, so that we have a solid foundation in which to proceed forward on some solid recommendations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other questions for my colleagues before we go to public comment? Go ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you. And I'm glad, I think that my question's been addressed, because I had concerns about the 282% overtime exceedance, but it sounds like that was correlated with the vacancies, and now that that's declined, that's also been addressed. But I would also be interested in taking a look at how we can improve the quality of life of our officers, because that's just absolutely unacceptable to me that they have to spend time away from their families, not being able to plan ahead. And burnout is definitely a concern, especially when they're, when the work that they do is so important to be there and present. I just had a quick question for Chief Nelson. You mentioned field officers are no longer able to step in since 2024. Can you just elaborate on that?
It's not able. They're part of when we were reducing the overtime and filling the vacancies, which most of those vacancies were in our institutions. We readopted, kind of along with our county, one team in one county. So with that, at the time, when I came on board, only juvenile juvenile officers who were not assigned to the institutions were working overtime in the institutions to help institutions with their vacancy rates. We did open it up, and it was all probation officers who were working in the institutions. They were taking on a shift or two per month, or per pay period, in order to alleviate the vacancy rates. As the vacancy rates declined, we were able to stop that for non-institutional assigned staff. They did not have to go work in the institution. They are absolutely allowed to still volunteer if they wish, but we are not mandating them to cover a shift in the hall, and it hasn't been proposed by, let me put that on the record, it has not been proposed by POA or SPOA to bring them back into the facility to help cover shifts.
Yeah, and that's not a permanent solution. Let's
Correct.
just be real,
Not a
like,
permanent
that's not a
solution.
solution.
Correct.
And it's a bummer that there weren't the recommendations in the analysis by VUS. I think it sounds clearly here that that's what the gap is. We need more information on staffing and the hours that our officers are spending. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions from my colleagues, but thank you so much, Jennifer, I appreciate it. And we will go to public comment.
Thank you, Chair Lawson Reamer. We have 14 requests to speak on this item, 7 in person and 7 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we did not receive any e-comments on this item. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 18 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. You'll have 1 minute to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, Derek Nikaza, Veronica Limon, and Nicole Dina. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Derek Nikaza, and I'm a director of the Probation Officer Association, representing our officers in our juvenile institution. Before our schedule changed, our associates surveyed our members. Over 98% favored the 12-hour schedule. We are currently in this 8-hour schedule, and management chose to ignore what we requested to stay on, stating that the 8-hour shifts will decrease over time, which we have seen a 282% rise in increase in our mandatory overtime. We've been on mandatory overtime since March of 2021 is when we started mandatory overtime. Our sick calls are at record levels, worker compensation claims are climbing, and families are breaking apart. We've had over 50 officers leave the department since November of last year. 1 minute is simply not enough time to go into this details, but I'll leave you with this. Please stand with our officers, or you'll continue to see them walk away. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Veronica Limon, Vice President of San Diego County Probation Officers Association, and I'm here not just to speak, but to give a voice to the pain and exhaustion and emotional weight carried by the deputy probation officers working in our juvenile institutions. These are not just officers, they are mentors, protectors, and frontline responders to some of the most complex and heartbreaking situations imaginable. Each day they walked into our institutions where chaos too often replaces calm, where the mental health crisis among our youth is real, where the violence is rising, and the resources are shrinking. They do this work not just for recognition, but because they believe in rehabilitation and second chances and helping and healing, and not just to punish. But who is looking out for them? Our officers are emotionally depleted. The trauma they witness doesn't just stay behind when they leave the facility. It follows them home, into their families, their sleep, their very sense of peace. They are managing and balancing a lot of issues, and still they show up every single day. The department states that their core values are service, commitment, and compassion. I ask this board and the department leadership staff to excuse those same values to our employees.
As the next speaker is approaching the podium, I'll call the remaining speakers in person. Allegedly, Audra, Ilka Weston, Mark, and Yusef Miller.
Good afternoon. I am Nicole Dina, Director on the SDC POA. First, thank you for ordering this workload study. Unfortunately, the findings highlight serious shortcomings in the department's tracking of caseloads and overtime. Notably, there were large, significant data gaps. Specifically, one was that between November of 2021 and December of 2022, there were no caseload reports created for the Adult Investigations Division. Additionally, the consultants noted that they reviewed an adult investigations analysis prepared by the Business Intelligence Unit in August and September of 2021, a time period immediately prior to that 13-month gap. It hardly seems relevant or current to look at numbers that have been provided by Business Intelligence from a time period that covered court closures as well as reopening to a 7,000 case backlog. Surely the analysis could not be extrapolated to normal conditions or to current conditions.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Mark, well, there's stakeholder input mentioned. That always means the people making money. I see your problem. It sounds like you've made some progress by simply paying people more. With the overtime thing, I have a suggestion. There may be people who are retired probation officers or former workers that, you know, a lot of people actually would like to make some money on the side and work a day every week or two, but there just aren't jobs like that. It's like it's all or nothing and they've retired. But you might find people who are trained already that wouldn't mind coming in for a day and getting some money to add to their retirement. And I wonder how much the study cost. It makes me sad hearing about the mental health. So there are youth with mental health problems. Are they perhaps being taken away from their parents or families too? I wonder.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, hello. My name is Ilka Weston. I am the chair and fellow co-founder of Transparency and Accountability Against Probation to Protect Youth and Adults. I already lost 15 seconds because I can say it very clearly. I think we should refuse this proposal. I am shaking regularly, but I'm shaking even more. We're talking about young adults, and they're talking about adults needing more care. A child takes off a hat, throws it in a bathroom, ends up in detention centers. They have a 21% decrease. Well, I wonder if that has to do with the fact that East Mesa Juvenile Facility locked 41 students in their room for 5 hours, 56 times. The same 41 students. We do not need to accept this because we need to understand their workload is young adults.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
My name is Yusef Miller with Transparency and Accountability for Probation, and I think it's unsustainable to make this workload for the officers so heavy and so hard in the self-care of these officers. But at the same time, I look at Title 15, which says we met the minimum standard for the constitutional level for the state constitution. But we see that we still have overtime. So we need to reevaluate what is the minimum standard, what is the minimum level. That needs to be reevaluated, and maybe another number needs to come up. It's obvious that it should be. So I do support the more safety and health for the officers, but at the same time, I look at the department's strengths and they say professionalism, where we continue to get calls from parents and children that say that they are being cussed at and they're being abused. This probably has to do with that overtime. We also see where they're allowing fights and they're allowing all kinds of things like this, which probably relate to overtime.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. If you haven't heard of Kids for Cash, you should probably look into it because people get money to throw children in juvenile detention centers. It's a business, and you can look at me like that all you want, but it's true. Look it up. Do your research, because that's what's going on, and it's sad that you guys sit here and you're like, you want to improve the quality of the officer's life. Well, how many lawsuits have to come forward from juvenile dependency or detention centers about abuse, sexual, physical, mental, and nothing is done? Why isn't that in this report? Why don't we talk about that? All you guys do is bury it under the rug and act like it doesn't exist, and then you say that you want to, help these children. It's all about safety. You do this always under the guise of safety, but you're traumatizing children, and you guys bury it. It's really disturbing, because if you cared about children, you wouldn't do that.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Okay, Consuelo here. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to have to do the broken record thing, okay? So here we go. Shame on all of them. Can hardly wait for the system to be entirely exposed for what it is. Good times. Shame on all of them. Can hardly wait for this system to be entirely exposed for what it is. Good times. Shame on all of them. Can hardly wait for this system to be entirely exposed for what it is. Good times. Again, shame on all of them. That's you. Can hardly wait for this system to be entirely exposed for what it is. Good times. One more time, here we go. Shame on all of them. Can hardly wait, everybody, for this system to be entirely exposed for what it is. Good.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
All above. Looks like a very thorough report. It also suggests to me that you should have set aside reserves over the 2 months operating limit, which you just reduced for the probation department.
Paul, we're going to pause your time. None of us can hear you. There's a lot of like rumbling and it's very muffled. You can go ahead again, but maybe stop moving around. I'm not sure. Thank you.
I don't know what's wrong with my phone. Anyway, can you hear me better? Hello?
Yes.
Thanks. Looks like a very thorough report. It also suggests to me that you should set aside reserves over the 2 months operating expense, which you just reduced for the probation department. Things like mandatory overtime should be ended. Maybe the department needs to reduce or stop serving non-citizens, which would...
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
It's truth. I saw the county's probation ads on YouTube. I laughed at their lies and ineffective messaging. People don't want to work for probation for the same reason they don't want to work for a county at all. Corruption, coercion, and consternation. Also, you guys talk too much. And just like the testimony said, this has been going on for years. Why has the county failed the probation department since 2020? Related, it's inaccurate and deceptive to compare 2023 to 2025 due to this board's clout-out demands that ended only last year. I may have to do more PRAs to see how much Veterans United Solutions got for the lucrative county consulting contract. In order to improve staffing and retention, what probation really needs is more wellness amenities, a volunteer program, as well as an entirely new board of supervisors, because there's at least 2 that will never stand with officers. We need normal human beings that understand living within means and treating employees as family, because respect is shown in actions, not in hollow words. Instead of funding public safety, the reserves are rated to go towards lawyers for illegals and bonuses for their campaign funders. Shame on you guys. You see, this is a real human consequence of your bad political policy.
Thank you. We'll hear from the final caller.
I am really surprised that you could get anyone to work in the sheriff department or any of those fields, because when it comes down to it, if they make one slight mistake, they follow their orders, you will throw them under the bus for political points. So why the hell would anyone volunteer to work under these conditions right now? Because you clearly don't work for the people. You work for the lobbyists that cheated to get you elected. There is no question on that. That is the reason why you refuse to go ahead and look into the registration voter fraud.
Pause this time. Again, just a reminder, this is about the probation workload study. So far, I haven't heard any comments that are directly relevant to that study. So I will give you another opportunity, and if you're not on topic, you will forfeit your time.
Why do we need a study? We need a study because you don't treat our law enforcement with respect. That is the reason why we need a study, and we're having problems with recruiting people. There is no question on that. If you didn't go around saying, hey, look.
And for the record, that speaker was Gambler Hermes, and Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a kind of a comment, but I want to see if any of my colleagues have anything additional now that we've heard from the public.
Chair, I'll just say, I'm glad that this report is before us. And I don't want to go into a paralysis by analysis kind of thing where we're asking for more and more and more and not taking action. But I do think we need more information, especially around the overtime. It's obvious that it continues to be an issue and it's led to retention issues and overall quality of life for staff. And so just interested in hearing from my colleagues as to how we can kind of use this as a springboard to tackle some of those issues, because they're before us, they're apparent, and I think we have willingness for everyone to work together on those.
Thank you. I think we are very much on the same wavelength. I was thinking very much the same thing. I think listening to this, this is a request to receive a report. I'm interested in an amendment to that item. I'm happy to work with my colleagues to formulate the exact language, but ultimately what I'd love to see would be a report back to this board within 90 days with options for tackling this overtime problem, developed collaboratively between the Probation Officers Association and Chief Nelson. And I don't know if that's something we can do, if we need how to phrase that as a motion, but I do think that there's a lot here that moves us in the right direction, but there's a lot missing also. So it seems like we need some more solutions, and I would love to come you all to report back with some options on what to do to tackle this issue. So I guess, Chief Nelson, does that feel feasible to work with POA to kind of put together some options to tackle the overtime issue and come back?
It seems feasible to work with POA. That's what we do. So it seems feasible to work with POA to come back with some options. My only concern is in coming up with options, because we want those options to be informed. I'm not sure if that is within the department or we need basically other assistance around that, because what we discussed here earlier about there's many variables coming into that. And so in determining what those variables are, I'm not sure that's between the department or myself and POA. So I'm not sure how to phrase that, and would lean on basically either PSG or County Administrator's Office to assist with that.
That's fine. I mean, I absolutely think draw on whatever resources you need. I think, yes, please do that. And I think the idea would be for POA and you to kind of huddle and think this through together. And if you need assistance or an outside consultant or some kind of support, or someone from our CAO's office who has a lot of experience in kind of thinking about these staffing issues, getting all the support you need. I don't know if Ebony, you have anything to add.
Yes, Chair and Chief. I'd be happy to offer some additional resources. Specifically, I'm thinking for you, someone from our Auditor and Controller's Office who has expertise in looking at models around productive hours and things like that might be helpful in this conversation. So happy to help.
And I also would say, if you guys come up with some concrete ideas and then some questions that you couldn't answer within the 90 days, even that's helpful. It clarifies and narrows the scope of what else you need to look at and says, hey, we didn't quite get to the end, but we're working on this and we're going to keep working on that. Even that feels like a step forward, because what seems very clear is we have an overtime problem. And that the report validates that this is what I've heard over and over again from our probation officers. I think this is where we need to be focused. So that would be my amendment. Andrew, do we need to put something up on the board for folks?
If you'd like.
Go ahead, yeah.
I can put up on the screen what I believe has been captured.
Okay. I think I wouldn't quite go so just, I don't think it's just about 8-hour shifts versus 12-hour shifts. I think it's really analyzing kind of solutions to the overtime challenge. You know, I mean, that's one possibility, but we're really looking at solutions to the overtime challenge. Mastermanos, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, any changes to that? Does that kind of roughly capture what you were thinking?
Sorry, that, it captures it as an umbrella. I think under that, which does not need to be added to this, is the overtime coupled with what we're hearing is like grave uncertainty with those overtime shifts, which is really, I think, at the core of it. Certainly overtime, if anyone looks at my career, it's always been an issue for me on any institutions, right? Because it can be very unpredictable, which of course some of that is the nature of this, of law enforcement, but some of it is not. I do want to say though, the uncertainty is, that's what really hits me because it doesn't allow for a quality of life. So, and again, I'll be asking for a lot, and I think there need to be folks that are approaching the work as healthy as possible in order to accomplish what I think we should be accomplishing with the population, especially the youth population and the detention in the facilities.
I think it's actually helpful to say that explicitly so it doesn't get lost. So maybe after an solution to the overtime challenge, comma, after that, including both uncertainty and too much overtime. So it's both amount and uncertainty. It's both of those things. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So maybe including both uncertainty and levels instead of too much. Mm-hmm. Yeah, both scheduling uncertainty. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. And I'd say direct the chief administrator and the chief probation officer. Something's not quite right. Direct the chief administrative officer and the chief probation officer to analyze in collaboration with probation officers association, just solutions to the overtime challenge. Just get rid, yeah. Just get rid of the second to analyze. You have two analysts twice, yeah. Mm-hmm. Mastermanos? Okay, great. So that would be my amendment to add this to receiving the report. And I'll make that as a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And any other comments from anyone? Okay, go ahead and please vote.
Chair Lawson Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you to everyone for your hard work on this. You know, it's really difficult, so thank you. We now need to go back to public comment on item 16.
19.
Oh, wait, 19? Oh, sorry, I missed it. Okay, just kidding. We're moving on to item 19, receive this CLERB annual report, and then we'll do public comment on 16. And we'll all leave Supervisor Anderson alone for public comment on 16. Please go ahead, call up the team. Thanks.
Chair Lawson Reamer and members of the board, my name is Brett Kalina, and I am the Executive Officer of CLERB. Today's item focuses on the Citizens Law Enforcement Review Board's annual report for 2022 through 2024. By way of background, the Citizens Law Enforcement Review Board, or known as CLERB, was established by voters in 1990 as an independent civilian oversight body. Its role is to receive, review, and investigate complaints against peace officers and custodial officers in the Sheriff's Office and Probation Department. That is up until today. CLERB also investigates all deaths that occur in custody. The CLERB board is comprised of up to 11 volunteer members appointed by the Board of Supervisors and supported by the executive officer. The board is advisory in nature, makes findings on misconduct, and presents policy recommendations. CLERB's mission is to increase public confidence in and accountability of law enforcement. While CLERB strives to be as transparent as possible with findings that are publicly available, it is important to note CLERB must also respect all confidentiality laws. CLERB adopted the annual report on August 7th of 2025. CLERB prepares the report for additional transparency so anyone can view the trends and statistics and further understand CLERB's future goals and objectives. In 2024, 195 CLERB investigations were open. That was an 11% increase from 2023, 16% increase from 2022, and for perspective, from 2020 to 2024, there was an 83% increase in cases. It is important to note the number of cases on the slide represents all death cases. That includes use of force and discharge of firearms, which result in death. In custody detention cases make up the large majority of death cases. For example, in 2022, there was 19 detention cases. In 2023, there were 13, and 9 in 2024. All of the in-custody death cases were in San Diego Sheriff's Office detention facilities. There were none reported by the Probation Department. Also, for perspective, from 2022 to 2024, there were 11 deputy-involved shootings, which resulted in death. One extremely positive trend notes the number of drug overdoses in custody fell from 8 in 2022 and 8 in 2023 to 2 in 2024. And the number of suicides fell from 6 in 22 to 4 in 23 to 0 in 2024. Over the past 3 years, both the Sheriff's Office and Probation Department have accepted or partially accepted over 50% of CLERB's policy recommendations. Each year, the CLERB board makes findings on allegations of action justified, not sustained, unfounded, sustained, or summary dismissal. Over the past 3 years, CLERB has made approximately 600 findings, and the average number of sustained findings was 5%. I would request that the board to accept CLERB's annual report. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from my colleagues? Okay, we'll do public comment.
Thank you, Chair Lawson Reamer. We have 15 requests to speak on this item, 7 in person and 8 requesting to speak by phone. Also note we did not receive any e-comments. Any individuals that requested to speak on item 19 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, and I'm going to go ahead and call you in groups of 3. When your name is called, please come forward, and you'll have 1 minute to address the board, and I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward Paloma Cerna, Ashley Turman, allegedly Audra, and also call forward Ilka Weston, Diana Sanchez, Mark, and Yusuf Miller. So if I've called your name, please come forward.
My person uses the name Audra. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engel would be so proud. We have criminals determining what and how They deal with criminals. Anywho, until, you know, CLERB has any kind of authority to really make sure that things change, this is just a bunch of smoke and mirrors to make it seem like there's accountability and transparency when Sheriff Kelly Martinez can determine to do whatever she wants. That's why the Attorney General should be making boards like this so that the sheriff can be held accountable, and there are actions that can be taken, and the people selected are ones that can do something about it. Until then, it's just nothing really happens because CLERB didn't even investigate my case. They said that I should have known that because Gonzalez had a badge that I was being arrested. So there is no justice that comes, and people can be abused, and you guys just bury it. It's quite interesting that we pay you to do that kind of stuff.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Paloma Serna, the mother of Elisa Serna, who died in Las Colinas November 11, 2019, after being denied medical care. I am with Saving Lives in Custody, California, and North County Equity and Justice Coalition. Today, you're being asked to receive CLERB's annual report. In this report, CLERB stated in 2024 there were 16 deaths by San Diego Sheriff. 11 of those are in custody deaths, not 9, as the sheriff's website suggests. I would like to know if these extra numbers are the compassion release death. These numbers need to be verified. There is 16 families left grieving without answers, and across 2022 and 2024, 79 cases were dismissed. If this board wants to receive to mean anything, then act on what the report reveals. Direct the sheriff, probation, and every contracted medical vendor to publicly respond to each recommendation with clear deadlines and implementation dates. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Diana Sanchez, and my daughter was Viana Granillo. She died on July 13th, 2022, and I'm with Saving Lives in Custody, California. And I just want to sincerely thank the Board of Supervisors for passing the ordinance, and especially Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp. Thank you so much for what you do. I really want to acknowledge you and just say I sincerely thank the work that you do. For your leadership and courage in pushing for reform. You cannot bring my daughter back, like I said before, but today you brought hope and accountability. The decision means greater oversight, justice, and the chance to protect other families from the pain mine has endured. Thank you for standing with us and choosing compassion. And I know that CLERB is going to do its best to help bring justice for all and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, I'm glad you guys are receiving the report. It sounds like a good idea. I hope you listen to the people.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, hello. Still Ilka Weston with TAP, which is Transparency and Accountability Against Probation, Protecting Youth and Adults. CLERB is an amazing organization, and the Citizens Review Board and the investigators have been so wonderful. And of course, the People's County Board Supervisor, Monica Montgomery Stepp, has always focused on youth and what is going on and what CLERB attends to. It is vital that they have access to the health records. And even more so, why are we bringing people with drug addiction and mental health problems when drug addiction is a disease to prison and jail and not a hospital? I say we take that $500 million back that Joel Anderson gave her and build a mental health hospital. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yusef Miller, Transparency and Accountability for Probation, and the North County Equity and Justice Coalition, Saving Lives in Custody, California. And as we see from 2024 on this report, and I'd first like to say that the CLERB, the Civilian Law Enforcement Review Board, is a great partner for this type of work that we're doing. We work with them hand in hand, and we've been working with them every month since 2020, all the way up until today, with the impacted families and activists and others. So if we have in custody deaths that are 9 last year in 2024, and the report it says that there's 11, what are these other 2? They're most likely compassionate releases. Why is this important? If we have 2 compassionate releases, people who die in jail and taken out of custody, we don't know what happened to them in custody to get them there. It could be natural. It could not be. It could be that they didn't get the proper medication. They got so sick, they had to go to the hospital. They got released because they're not going to survive, and they died. We need to know that.
Thank you. A final call for Ashley Turman. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller. Our first caller is Consuelo. Your device might be muted.
Okay, are you there?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, great. All right, so gosh, how confused some of the public truly are standing here thanking this board for what their children's lives have already paid for. Let this be a clear reminder to every grieving parent, this board, this government is not your friend. They are the very reason your child no longer exists. Are you clear? Stop confusing. It's so depressing. It's so sad. Stop confusing it. They're dressing up this harm as help, and you all are taking the bait. It's time for our county, the people of our county, to wake up. It is so sad to witness. It is so sad to continue to listen in on these meetings and see, and I don't mean to laugh like that, but it's just truly exhausting, and it's just so sad. I encourage you all in the audience who hardly come or who are barely paying attention.
Thank you. I'll hear from the next caller.
Paul LeBeau, short report, and I am disappointed that there is no summary of what the 176 closed cases and over 100 referrals were so that we can judge whether they're proper. Not sure what the annual report covers of 3 years from 2022 to 24. The report mentions an in-custody death study as an initiative, but why stop at death? There are so many other incidents of excessive force and other malfeasance. Since CLERB is so committed to providing, quote, thorough, balanced, fact-driven investigation, quote, I think that furthering the county's opportunities to participate in DEI activities during work hours is redundant and counterproductive and should be discontinued.
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
It's truth. CLERB cannot provide independent investigation and oversight of the Sheriff's Office and Probation Department because most of their members have clear anti-law enforcement biases. Ironically, at the last Tuesday meeting, I questioned if CLERB being granted new authorities with zero legal precedence was political. The answer is yes. If CLERB is supplied with investigators by the county, then its investigations are inherently not independent. They are board-driven. And the root cause is some members don't belong on the board. Example, paranoid Chula Vista resident Nadi Kinayuba is unqualified when she posts threatening images and phrases on her social media, including against me, as well as threatening restraining orders against meeting participants. Marianne Pintari is unqualified when she's a Scott Peters minion and a PR politico with no real-life experience. Adele Fasano is unqualified when she's been involved with Catholic Charities against the country's immigration system. We need people who are not involved in politics, but instead have sanity, sense, and medical and or law enforcement experience, especially if they're now going to be involved in a political witch hunt that they call investigations, but will not even be permissible in court. And the report was lacking, to say the least.
Thank you. Hear from the final caller.
Hey, could you set up one of these for elections, so that we could weed out the bad actors, like, for example, 3 bare minimum 3 of our board supervisors that work for the ACLU, not the people. You do realize that you work for us, right? Not ACLU. And the more you go ahead and do what they tell you to do, the more trouble you're going to end up into once this investigation happens. You do realize that there is like 6 DOJ investigations all targeting the registration cards. And once this gets discovered, you're going to have a lot of answering to do. You know, at least 7 years, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years of answering, at least with me. So I highly recommend you immediately doing an investigation into the registration cards, the 42.7%.
Thank you. Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you very much, Supervisor Montgomery Steppe.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank Brett for the presentation, you and your staff for this annual report. I'm coming up on 2 years and I haven't had an annual report before, so this is a good thing that we're kind of getting back in the saddle for annual reports to come to this board. Also want to thank you on your first year of service. Has it been a year? Yes. It has been a year, so congratulations and thank you. Because we had quite a bit of uncertainty with CLERB, so thank you for coming in the way that you did and really moving it forward. Again, I want to thank the board members as well for their commitment and time commitment to CLERB. I just want to say briefly about the report, and I think as we go along, we'll continue to refine. But I am interested in particular, I know there are a lot of cases, and so summarizing those cases might not be feasible, but the in-custody deaths per year, I think a small summary of each of those, so it alleviates confusion between how those were classified and what were the circumstances and facts around those, I think would be important for the report. So, but thank you very much for being here and for this report. I'm glad to see it and hoping that we will continue on with it. And with that, I will move the recommendation to receive this report. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say it was helpful, to see what's going on and have not just a snapshot of this year, but being able to kind of look backwards at trends. So that I found very useful. And I think as we look forward to next year, I will be interested in whether or to what extent the changes in CLERB scope are making a difference. So I don't know exactly how you could represent that, but that will certainly be a question I will be asking and we'll be interested in as we sort of think forward for a year from now. So thank you. Why don't we go ahead with, yeah, oh, I'm happy to second, sorry. We can go ahead and vote if nobody else has anything to say. Okay, please vote.
And Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Okay, thank you so much. We now return to public comment on item 16.
Thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. Again, for the public's benefit, this item has been withdrawn at the request of Supervisor Anderson. So individuals that are commenting on this item, please keep your comments to the withdrawal. We have 10 requests to speak on this item, 4 in person and 6 requesting to speak by phone. I'd like to invite forward the individuals in person, Pamela R., allegedly Audra, Ilka Weston, and Mark.
Can you, before we continue, this is a little bit unusual in terms of the scope of what is permitted as a comment on a withdrawn item. So can you please clarify that for everybody?
Thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. The board is not taking any action today because the item has been withdrawn by the author. So it'd be appropriate for members of the public to address the withdrawal. So talking about how you may wish this item to have been heard.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, how exciting. Now I know what to say. It's good that we can tell people how to speak. Yes, this is good that it is going back because this is a little Marxist thing going on, pretending there's 2 opposing sides going for one, ultimate goal. It's so interesting to watch it play out. But yes, gerrymandering, that's happening. That they're like, we don't want Trump to gerrymander, so we're going to gerrymander ourselves, that we give ourselves a favorable outcome. It's so interesting to see that it seems like there's opposing sides, right? It seems like it's two different birds when it's really one bird and two different wings. It's so fun to watch. It's like putting the people against each other, acting like we're going to have society destroy itself, all while you guys are, gerrymandering over it. So this will come back and it'll pass, and you're going to probably, get some money back for this redistricting. But
Thank you. For the record, the speaker was Audra. Next speaker, please. Again, you have 1 minute to address the board. Please state your name.
Hi, Ilka Weston, still with TAP. On the agenda item of the reimbursements, I am in favor. I find it horrific how Texas handled things and how there were arrest warrants out. I was so in respect for Gavin Newsom, our governor, for doing it in such a correct way, even giving it a time limit. And I have seen people on this board out there working towards the good. And I watch, and I'm grateful. And I'm also wanting to acknowledge the chair of our Democratic Party for working every moment of the day, and that is William Rodriguez Kennedy on 50. This is a vital part of moving forward and doing the work between two parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, yeah, I think it's good it's canceled. Pretty much 3/4 of California in the last election became red. I'm not red or blue. Both sides are total bullshit and are totally evil and leading us into the United Nations in different ways. The UN Agenda 21, especially very quickly the Democrats here on this board.
Can you pause the speaker's time? Again, just please make sure your comments are relevant to the withdrawal or of this item.
Yeah,
not the subject matter itself.
Yeah, I'm allowed to say why I think it's good that it's withdrawn. And I do, because Newsom is really afraid, and the extreme Democratic Party is really afraid that California is becoming conservative, which has, like, both sides suck. But it's just gerrymandering, like everyone said, and that our tax dollars are going toward it sucks. So I'm glad it was withdrawn. I hope it never comes up again, but I'm sure it will, and I'm sure you'll get money back for it.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Okay, going slow here. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So let's see. Tara, it's so clear that you're so threatened by truth. Every action you take, every word you censor, every policy you hide behind makes it more obvious. You don't protect people, you protect a system built on deception. We see right through it. You can attack the messengers, but the message isn't going away. Truth doesn't disappear because it makes you uncomfortable. It only grows stronger. Your fear of transparency is your confession. We're not here to flatter you, Lola. Whatever Lola wants, Lola gets, right? We're here to remind you, power without accountability always collapses. The people are awake, and your time is of hiding behind lies and ending.
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
Paula Bold. Too bad this is withdrawn. You guys could use the reimbursement money, and I couldn't support this, unlike the other stupid items you approved. The county should not have to pay for an election established by the state on its own initiative and run by you guys. And And by the way, Texas's redistricting scheme from polls and the news I've seen seems to be backfiring anyway. And maybe we will finally get nonpartisan state districts. It would be so refreshing to see state officials not beholden to any one way of thinking, not obliged to think or even vote a certain way. In fact, going nonpartisan could provide a flood of good ideas to choose from, unlike the one-sided election flyers and propaganda we all.
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's Truth. I'm concerned about this scope and time frame of this item regarding wasting $251 million plus on an unneeded special election. I'm also concerned that William Rodriguez Kennedy was the one accused of rape by his own boyfriend, right? Why this item should not be withdrawn now? How will the county raise a new tax in time for this gerrymandering Prop 50 to be heard again? It's going to take, how many millions is it going to cost the county? How many was it? 20? 100? What? You know? I'm also concerned there may not be enough time before this item's heard again for Newsom to rig the election. But maybe there will be enough time to find out who drew the new gerrymandering map. Will we ever get an answer to that question? Maybe the two dogs who voted in two different elections can give us the answer on that one. More transparency in their vote than how you guys got in office. And I want to end on this, just to trigger people. God bless Texas, one of the greatest states in this union. If you ever need justice, you will find it there, but you will never find it in California. Corrupt, communist California.
Thank you. We'll hear from the final caller.
Texas redistricting only had to do with the lawsuit that took place in 2021, right? Yeah, that's what that is. Newsom redistricting is reshaping the boundaries to fit ACLU's cheating rings. It's to make sure that the new boundaries, the new locations that they have hubs where they could funnel ballots through, they wanted to redraw the lines halfway through so that they could ensure the fact that they're going to win the upcoming elections. Now, I understand everything's turning red, but, it could quickly change the last 15 days right before the election when all the registration cards come in from all the fraudsters. Now, they're going to probably get this to go past, and then this will be an indication that they are on track to win the 2026 election. And, since no one wants to protect their voice, we're all just going to let this happen, I find.
Thank you. Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on item 16.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to the remainder of non-agenda public comment.
Thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 47 remaining requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 31 in person and 11 requesting to speak by phone. Again, for those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You will have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'll be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name, especially if you are across the hall. I'd like to invite forward Venus Soriano, Areli Perez, Douglas Case, Paloma Serna, Susan Peinado, allegedly Audra, Drusilla Willis, Marina Boone, Ilka Weston. And while Ilka's coming to the podium, I'll call additional speakers. Mark Burrows, Sam Merrill, Anita Wusenik-Turner. I'll call additional speakers after we get through this group. Thank you.
So go? Okay. Ilka Weston with Transparency and Accountability Against Probation to Protect Youth and Adults. About 5 weeks ago, I was driving in my car, didn't plan to come to the meeting, one of the few I missed. And I remember the moment when I heard the person known as Rambler, say the most horrific words I've ever heard, and I've spoken on it every single time. And when those words were used against board supervisor and co-chair Monica Montgomery Stepp, I had to pull my car over because I got sick. It was abhorrent. It was disgusting. And the fact that Mother Harmon couldn't find her words, I drove down here, I talked to Mother Harmon. And what was she doing? As usual, Monica Montgomery Stepp, our fearless, amazing, and we have a trifecta right now, and I'm really excited about that. People who really care all the time. I was coming down to talk about how she wants to take out pepper spray. Pepper spray has a very high risk of permanent damage on the retina and burning through the eyes. We should have no forms of spray at all. We should be moving away from the criminalization model and into the compassion model. And I will happily send again to your office, Supervisor, the studies I have found showing that. And that is what I think is the solution to the overworking officers since they can't do it. Let's bring in therapists. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker,
And I'm
please.
sorry that happened to you. You know how.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Paloma Serna, the mother of Lisa Serna, who died in San Diego custody in Las Colinas on November 11, 2019, after being denied medical care. This year alone, 8 people have already died in San Diego County jails. I carry their names with me: Michael Wilson, James Pittman, Keith Bach, Abdul Kamara, Patricia Amdimson, Erica Wallenberg, Gilbert Gill, Omar Moreno Arroyo, Kevin Mills, Matthew Settle, Saxon Rodriguez, Jarrell Lacey, Raymond Vogelman, Viviana Granero, Eric Van Tyne, Kayleen Lyons, Linda Bagby, Corey Michael Dean, Brandon Yates, Rosalie Bartacali, Carmine Talib, Elisa Serna, Lonnie Rupert, Thomas Heaven, Zeke Davis, Robert Shuey, Joshua Fossbinder, Dominique McCoy, Pedro Jr. Nellis, Hayden Shuck, Michael Karen, and many, many more. These are not just case numbers. These are our loved ones. Kelly Martinez should be ashamed of herself. She pats herself on the back too much. If there was change or a true decline in in-custody deaths, it's not because of her, it's because of the impacted families, advocates, and community who puts the pressure on the Sheriff Department. She's no different from William Gore. If the county agency or contractor obstruct transparency, refer the matter to Attorney General Rob Bonta to investigate and, if necessary, to litigate. Family deserves the truth, accountability, not another year of delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the next speaker begins, I'd like to call additional speakers. Michael Brando, Diana Sanchez, Ann Elliott, Rama Abdi, Mark, Ramla Sahid, Layla Aziz, Patricia Bevelin, Jermaine, Ruka Korba, and Reginald Washington. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Chair Lawson-Remer and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Mark Burrows, and I'm the superintendent and principal of the San Pasqual Union School District. The San Pasqual Academy is located within our district boundaries. Despite our years of diligent efforts, we have not been successful in changing the child placement and oversight practices at San Pasqual Academy. These practices are not only harmful to children, but they're also driving our small school district towards insolvency. I'm especially concerned about the middle school students now residing and those considered for placement at the academy. When this board created the academy over 20 years ago, it was designed as a residential high school. Middle school students were never part of that vision. Yet years later, middle schoolers have been admitted without the on-site wraparound educational supports that have been long provided to high school students. More recently, county welfare has been recruiting higher needs students from across the state and placing them into a setting that cannot meet their essential needs. This has been tragic for students, destabilizing for our small school district, and costly for taxpayers. Now the Academy plans to admit even younger students with no plans for their educational supports. If the board continues to fund these programs, equity demands that all students at the Academy receive the same comprehensive on-campus educational supports that this board envisioned for high schoolers. I'm here to respectfully recommend that the Academy, under the county's direction, stop accepting students younger than high school until adequate planning for their safety, well-being, and education is put in place. Thank you for your consideration and your support.
Thank you. I'd like to invite for the remaining speakers in person, Yusef Miller, Kathleen Harmon, Fernanda Flores, Will Rodriguez Kennedy, Marco Briones, and John Brady.
My name is Yusef Miller with Transparency and Accountability for Probation. And as I said earlier, we have parents calling and reaching out to us that there are some breaking of their constitutional rights in custody in this jail system. And we need to do something about it. As they reach out to me, I tell them that there are 2 supervisors at least that I know that are working on reforming the detention centers. And I tell them that I'm going to reach out to your offices, which I am announcing that I have, and I will, so that they can have someone to tell and bounce these stories off of. These are real stories that impact real families. And when the stories that I hear about how they are groomed into this violence in our detention centers, when the stories that I hear, it makes you sound like it's a prison that we hear. We hear of the fights, the gang fights that are going on. We hear the punishment of students instead of safety is pepper spray and things like that are used as punishments against them, and all kinds of hygiene issues and the like. These are hardening our students into a pipeline that will send them into deeper incarceration. We don't want to groom them for deeper incarceration. We want compassion. We want something that will reform these children and bring them back into society in a way that they could be healthy. Right now, that's not what we're seeing. Right now, this is one of the reasons why the Attorney General is in our business now, is because we're not meeting that mark. So from the families, from the parents, this is what we're getting. These are the stories we have, and I told them that I would send them to you, Supervisor Aguirre, and you, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, who are interested in working towards this, and that they can express themselves and what's going on. A lot of these things, because they're youth, of course I can't say their names. And a lot of these things, because they're parents of youth, of course I don't want any retaliation against the youth in jail, but in detention center. But we will get these names to you so that we can all work together to reform.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, first of all, Tara Lawson-Reamer, you are not part of the CPUC board, and there is no conflict of interest. So, which I did find hard to believe when I heard it at the last meeting. So I thought I'd be clear about that. Now, Audra and the CLERB board, I just heard that they refused to even look at her case, which is pretty absurd because at the very least, there's clear video of it. And I understand that she was arrested. She had been arrested before. So you guys already had all kinds of information on her. You had her ID, her fingerprints. Once she was out in the hall, there was really no need to do anything other than just write her a ticket. And at the very least, that was very excessive force, at the very least. And that they won't even see that just shows me that CLERB is a completely useless waste of time. Because I've seen the video, and all the people I know that saw it were abhorred. So now on to something that's a real emergency for the country. These are some YouTube videos, titles on YouTube. This is about AI. This one is some times listed in this video. Facial recognition, Aman Jabi, forefront of digital development in Silicon Valley for 25 years. He speaks on that. And so there's some times there for stuff to see in that. Here's Larry Ellison, and one day he made $100 billion and surpassed Musk because he's doing AI. One of these videos, it literally shows Larry, he's talking to all the people like the head of Saudi Arabia in different countries, and he's saying, we've got the solution for countries. Just give us all your data and everything on all your people. And how great it'll be that everything is done through this. Health, your driver's license, your identity, digital identity.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up.
Okay, Mark, that's your first warning.
Do general AI, we're done. Done is a race, a species. Have a good day.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Hi, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Wilhelmina, and I'm here today because enough is enough. Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp has been targeted with racist attacks simply for doing her job and serving her community. This is unacceptable. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp made history as the first Black woman elected to the San Diego County Board of Supervisors. She is also a San Diego native, deeply rooted in this community. Instead of being celebrated for her leadership and commitment to equity, she has been subject to abuse that no public servant should ever have to endure. When racism is used as a weapon to silence and intimidate, it does not only harm one person, it harms all of us. It sends a message that our democracy is not safe for everyone. And that is why I'm here to say loudly and clearly, we stand with Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. I urge this board and this community to take a firm stand against these racist attacks. Protect and support Supervisor Montgomery Stepp so that she can continue the important work she was elected to do without fear, intimidation, or harassment. Thank you, Chair Reamer, Supervisor Monica Stepp, and Supervisor Desmond for all you do for San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
You know, I want to go ahead and point something out. One of the reasons why I went ahead and used those words was right after there's a young gentleman by the name of Julian Brown who made an invention that recycles all plastic and styrofoam and turns it into.
Okay, just a reminder that it is non-agenda public comment, but your comments still need to address some matter that's within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors. So please clarify what the relevancy is to the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors and keep your comments focused on that. Thanks.
And recycle our plastic that you seem to have a major issue with. You know, the whole Green New Deal that you praise all the time. How about Monica wanting to support Black people? No, but that is not actually true. Because this kid built a device that runs completely solar.
You can pause this time again. Okay, that is not relevant. This is your final warning. If you're not on topic, you will forfeit your time.
So you cannot support that kid? Why not? Serious question. Why can you not support him? Why are you not allowed to support him? It's what you claim that you want. You want a Green New Deal, which is recycling all plastic completely.
Still, your time is forfeit.
Why?
I've given you 3 opportunities to explain to the board how your comments are related to an item within our subject matter jurisdiction. Next speaker.
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
It's Truth Perfect on September 9th, when Monica gave that little 0 sign after I exposed county negligence on animal abuse. Were you confirming for us that you've done 0 about the systemic animal abuse? How dare you guys use dogs as a prop today when the county has a skyrocketing 12% euthanasia rate? I'm going to talk more about that in the future. Also occurring on September 9th.
Yes, it is unfortunately true that we cannot regulate free speech. It is unfortunately true.
Not surprising to hear from a communist who in 2021 wanted to reduce speaking time to 30 seconds. 4 years later, tyrant terrorists threatening the public with restraining orders. What's the budget and staff time for taxpayer-funded ROs? Tara also claims that this isn't a place where people feel safe. Well, what's the point of prison-like security if the door isn't in the building then? Why in Tara's anti-free market of ideas did she and Monica pack their hypocritical, scripted, progressive minions into the meeting to create an echo chamber to bully opposing viewpoints? Why did Tara illegally censor free speech today? Why did the new corrupt county council clown, David Joshua Smith, try to censor my free speech rights when reading an email about Tara's quid pro quo? So far, I've read 3 leaked emails from Helen into the record because you guys have much opposition from within to your corruption, and that includes quid pro Joel. On December 5th, 2023, when Monica was sworn in, Tara showed up with sunglasses on and had a 2-minute-long private conversation with Helen before the meeting. The next day on December 6th, 2023, Tara wore sunglasses again and was late. The meeting went until about 1 p.m., not including the closed session, which included item 35, Case E on employment of a CAO. Later that night at 10:02 p.m., Helen sent an email to then County Counsel Claudia Silva about a phone call with Tara denouncing her egregious quid pro quo interference scheme to insert Politico Paul Worley into the CAO spot instead of Michael Vu, who was Tara plotting with between approximately 2 to 9 p.m. on December 6, 2023. And for the record, that homophobic boy Luke in the YouTube chat does not speak for me and does not know me. Fake.
Thank you. And Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes the requests for non-agenda public communication. We'll now move on to the items on closed session. Item 20 and item 1 on the Housing Authority agenda are closed session matters. The closed session matters includes 35 items. Individuals that have requested to speak on closed session matters must have their comments relate to one of those items. Otherwise, your comments will be considered off topic. We have 8 total requests to speak, 3 in person and 5 requesting to speak by phone. Any individuals that requested to speak on the closed session matters by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. I'd like to invite forward allegedly Audra, Mark, and Nigel Zuniga. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
Talk about costing the people more money because of all the litigation that you guys engage in. And with anticipated litigation in here, it could mean so many things. Right, David? You know, it could be, you know, potentially kidnapping children like you guys do, and then hiding it. It's interesting every time I show a picture of Malika and Zaya Robinson, the communications director, whoever's back there on the back end, loves to shift the video to make sure to hide and cover up the fact that you guys are covering up sexual abuse. Right, Monica? Yes. And you sit here and pretend that you care about children, but you don't because you're, hey, County Council, I'm wondering, what are you guys going to do to reel me back? Because you are obviously talking about that in this case. How do we get stuff off the internet? Oh my gosh, right? We can't be having sexual abuse being exposed that the county is covering up, right? And then adding fraud, waste, and abuse into the record as usual. Right? It's good. You're doing your job well with these 3 Jezebels up here as well. Actually, it's 4 because you got to include Ebony, right? But yeah, all of the things, I mean, it could be bullying people like Monica does, telling people to be careful, threatening them while, you know, rules for thee but not for me, because if I did that to you, just like if I beat somebody up like I was beat up, I would be in jail. But because you guys sit up on a dais, right? You get to do whatever you want. It's fantastic. How cool is that? Were you guys little children going like, I want to rule the world. I'm going to be a board of supervisors so that I can engage in fraud, waste, and abuse, take people's money, and tell them that I am doing it for their safety. Good psychopaths you guys are. It'll be fun. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Final call for Mark or Nigel Zuniga. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller. Our first caller is Consuelo. Your device might be muted.
Okay. Okay, next item, closed session, 35 cases. The main issue here is anticipated litigation around housing for truly low-income residents. Okay, 30% AMI. If the city lumps people into broader categories like the 50% AMI, many who need help, most will be excluded. Landlords will always prioritize higher rent over vouchers or credits, duh, shutting out the people who need help most. Okay, once again, the city has gone against the the county, both of you guys do, has gone against the Brown Act, not once, not twice, but multiple times by failing to provide the list of cases in a format editable in a common program like Microsoft Word. Some of these cases include protective orders, sheriff injuries, and damage claims for flooding. This repeated lack of transparency is unacceptable, like Tara's hairdo today. Okay, the public deserves clarity. This isn't political. It's about fairness, access to accountability. Low-income residents must be truly served, and the city must follow the law. Yeah. Enough with the violations, enough with the cover-ups. Transparency is not optional, it's required. And the people are watching. Got it? Lola? Got it? Done.
Thank you. We'll hear from the next caller.
All about, wow, 36 cases, all but 2 existing, and an employee thing. It's a new record, and you will be busy. Guess you want to stay till midnight. Maybe party? Let me know. It would be better to transfer some or all of the workload to Wednesday. And once again, the list of cases needs to be in a format editable by a common program such as Microsoft Word per the Brown Act. Please let me know if you need a reference. I can find the specific act. Some of the cases are protective orders, jail and sheriff deputy injuries. And I see damage claims for flooding against the city. Not sure why you're involved. Maybe it's because of all the money you can now transfer from the emergency fund to bail out people who can't keep their promises or budget they can stick to. And once again, the list of cases, oh, I read that. And is the housing authority not providing enough housing for truly low-income persons? That is 30% AMI by definition. Because of it simply lumps them to a category like up to 50% AMI, it will shut out a lot of them, because you can bet that landlords will want to rent money more than vouchers or credits, so most low-income people will be simply shut out. Or maybe just promised improvements that aren't built or poorly built. And I hope you settle the 150-odd case relating to Polinsky Center abuses. How much will continually putting off discussion cost?
Thank you. Hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's Truth. Why does Monica look exhausted when she had 50 minions in the chamber backing her today? Case double I is about the new county council clown, Privilege David Smith. Get ready for some Deja Michael Vu. Let me get the jump before we even get to the Claudia Silva situation. Fire David Smith now. David Joshua Smith is not qualified to be county council when he came from being the chief propaganda officer for the county. He only has a political science degree, yet in 2022 took home over $469,000 a year in salaries and benefits. Is that different than Paul Worley? Did David Joshua Smith, attorney license number 185643, interrupt me to cover Tara's quid pro quo under duress to protect his paycheck? David said that Helen's email ought not to be read, but not that it can't be read. That email should have been a publicly released record by the county, not leaked and sent to La Prensa. It was Claudia who refused to release it. Was that under threat by Tara too? And just who is David Smith's client? Is it Tara, Claudia, SEIU, Lorena? We need to know who this guy is trying to protect because there is no client-attorney privilege for criminal activities. I will begin part 2 of Helen's December 6, 2023 email to prove that the current counsel clown is unqualified for this job. He can interrupt to collect his bonus from Tara, but I will just continue on after. Quote, Tara wanted me to know that she would vote for him as an interim to ensure there are 3 votes if he agreed to make Paul Worley the assistant CAO. She felt he could only be successful if Paul was there to lead him through the political issues that she doesn't think Michael understands. She asked me to delicately ensure Michael would name Paul as his number 2. I won't articulate the range of responses to this egregious quid pro quo backroom deal and interference in the process. This is a blatant attempt to involve me in an unethical scheme outside of the closed session selection process where all 5 members are present. She made it abundantly clear that she would vote for Michael and ensure he got the interim position if I use my influence and mentorship to ensure he picks Paul. I will add that this is not the first time I heard this. Paul told me that he had talked to Tara about this and he had Booth solidified provided he was the ACAO.
Sorry, go ahead, David.
Chair Lawson-Ramer, members of the board, that email is an email that the Office of County Counsel believes is attorney-client privileged. I will make this statement this time and understand that the speaker may raise that issue again as she has in the past, and for purposes of propriety and not trying to just take up meetings over and over again, just understand that the office is asserting the privilege, but will not continue to do so in the meetings. But for purposes of future court cases, please understand that that is our position for the public.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from the final caller.
Glad to know that you have no authority in supporting black people or the Green New Deal, things that will help with that. I'm glad to know that I have that on record, that you have no authority to go ahead and do anything with.
Please ensure that your comments are relevant to the closed session items. If they are not, you will forfeit your time. Go ahead.
The closed session items that we are talking about is multiple court cases because you're corrupt as fuck, that you do not care about the people at all and you care about your own personal wealth. I am not going to stop until I see you in jail for blocking me on discovering voter fraud.
Time is forfeited. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Lawson-Ramer, that concludes public comment on the closed session matters.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone have any board or committee reports? I think Supervisor Geary, it might be helpful to share out kind of what's going on with APCD and the air purifiers. Go ahead, yeah. I mean, if you feel like it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So our efforts at Air Pollution Control District have focused around, so there was a special meeting that I requested during the previous month board meeting to come back to consider expansion of the air filter program to increase the number of air filters per household because right now only 1 air filter is given per household. That's one thing. 2, the amount of time that it takes for the air filters once somebody fills out the application and until it comes to the household takes 4 to 6 weeks roughly because they have to bring those air filters from the East Coast. And 3, there's another barrier, which is obviously the digital divide. A lot of elderly people don't have the ability or know how to navigate the application process online. So in order to address all of these barriers, we, the board at APCD, have considered removing some of those barriers, cutting shipment times by working with the provider to have them ship to Fresno, which is a lot closer. That will cut back the time that it takes for delivery, and then increase the number of filters from 1 to 4 per household. So that is something that the board is going to consider at the December meeting, exploring how we're going to pay for that. But at the end of the day, how do you pay for a human life, right? And what's the cost of a human life? We're trying to protect people's health. It is obvious that the need outweighs the resources that we have available, and we breathe 11,000 liters per day. So one filter per household is not enough, because especially in South Bay, we have families who live in multi-generational homes, and obviously one's not enough for everybody. So that's what we're going to be considering on December, I believe it was 11th or 14th, whatever that Thursday falls on. So yeah, that's it.
I'll share, I have an update from San Diego Community Power. We've moved forward with some really cool program. It's this DAC-GT program, and we think we just approved the first pilot initiative. We think we're on track to get about 18 projects, and they're all to provide very highly subsidized energy. You know, we get a bunch of money from the state for our lowest 10% income households in San Diego County. So it's great. And I think the first neighborhood to benefit is Barrio Logan. So, yeah. But more on the way. Yeah.
Since we are at it, I just want to report, I alluded to this during our Tijuana River item, but SANDAG voted on approving SR 11 and the resources to allow for the cross-border commercial toll road usage. I brought this up during the SANDAG board meeting, that part of that fee needs to go to wastewater mitigation on our side. I mentioned that during the meeting. There were a few other board members that expressed interest in that. You know, that might be a difficult lift, because that would entail a negotiation with Mexico, but at least we're having that conversation at SANDAG currently.
Okay, thank you. So we now have adjournments. Our first adjournment in memory will be presented by Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp in memory of Pastor Glenn McKinney.
Thank you so much. I would like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of a beloved spiritual leader, a devoted family man, and lifelong San Diegan whose life was marked by service, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to his faith and community, Pastor Glenn A. McKinney, Sr. Pastor Glenn McKinney was born and raised in San Diego, the son of the late Bishop George D. McKinney, the founding pastor of St. Stephen's Church of God in Christ, an historic and spiritual anchor in San Diego's Council District 4 and beyond for more than 60 years. Pastor McKinney was part of a legacy within the Church of God in Christ and remained deeply connected to that tradition throughout his life. He earned a Bachelor of Arts in Music from Morehouse College and continued his academic and theological journey later in life by pursuing a Master's in Theological Studies at Columbia Theological Seminary. In June of 2004, Pastor McKinney was ordained into the gospel ministry. The following year, in 2005, he began serving as youth pastor at St. Stephen's, where he mentored and guided countless young people in the ways of Christ. His dedication to spiritual development and community engagement led to his appointment as assistant pastor in March of 2018, a role he served faithfully under the leadership of his father. Following Bishop George McKinney's passing in 2021, Pastor McKinney was appointed as senior pastor of St. Stephen's on March 30th, 2021, by presiding Bishop J. Drew Sheard during the homecoming celebration of his father. It was a powerful moment that honored both a legacy and a calling. Inside the church walls, Pastor McKinney's heart for service never wavered. He worked with the Urban Youth Collaborative, bringing student-led Bible studies to middle and high schools across San Diego, providing spiritual guidance and support to youth across the region. He also served on Mayor Todd Gloria's Black Advisory Board, helping uplift the concerns and needs of San Diego's Black community. Pastor McKinney extended his care for the community across generations, including in service as Vice President and Co-operations Manager of St. Stephen's Retirement Center, where he oversaw the development and management of senior housing services and site operations. He led with humility, lived with compassion, and followed the example set before him by embracing a ministry rooted in love and reconciliation. He consistently modeled what it meant to live with a kingdom mindset that centered God, people, and service above all. Pastor Glenn McKinney married Sister Carol McKinney on April 21st, 2001. Together, they raised 3 children who followed his footsteps to become Morehouse College attendees. His life reflected a deep commitment to family, faith, and community. Pastor Glenn A. McKinney Sr. leaves behind a lasting impact not only on the congregation that he served, but on the entire San Diego community. Left to cherish his memory are his wife, Carol, his 3 children, his 4 brothers, and a host of relatives and friends. This was a true dear brother, friend of mine, and so I'm definitely gonna miss him. We extend our deepest condolences to all of the lives that he has touched. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our final adjournment is from Supervisor Desmond, but he does not seem to be present. So with that, we will proceed to closed session. The board will be in recess until tomorrow, Wednesday, October 1st at 9 a.m.
The board will now recess into closed session to consider those matters listed under item 20 and the Housing Authority item 1 on today's session agenda. If there are any reportable actions that will be reported out during the land use session of this meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, October 1st at 9 a.m.